and gentlemen, University of Moratuwa is a key research institution in the country, specializing in various kinds of research, particularly in technology. We are committed to high-impact research, which is human-centric and which focuses on sustainable development. All our faculties are committed to producing high-impact research, which effectively leads to quality policy formulation. This is evidenced by recent achievements in the AHEAD program of the World Bank, where the monetary value of the grants won by the university, as well as the achievement in terms of various outcomes, has surpassed other state institutions. Therefore, as a part of the research efforts of the university, the Faculty of Graduate Studies have organized this research forum to create an effective dialogue between different parties of different multidisciplinary disciplines. Today's discussion will be from different sectors. So we have invited panelists from various sectors who are experts in their respective field, and we hope to have a fruitful discussion which will lead to policy making ultimately, which is informed by research. Today's structure of the program is as follows. First, we will have a session which will focus on the area of agriculture, food processing, and manufacturing, which will be moderated by Dr. Tusita Sugathapala from the Faculty of Engineering. Then we go on to the second session, which will be focusing on energy infrastructure, cities and transportation, which will be by Dr. Milinda Pathiraja from the Faculty of Architecture. Thirdly, we have a session on digital economy, which will be moderated by Dr. Subha Fernando from the Faculty of Information Technology. Finally, to conclude our sessions, we will have a session on research and policy making, which will be moderated by Senior Professor Malik Ranasinghe from the Faculty of Engineering. As I mentioned earlier, we have invited an eminent set of panel members. Therefore, I believe you will have a very enjoyable and engaging set of discussions today, and you will take away something from today's discussions to apply for your own work. Therefore, without further ado, let's move on to the first session for the day, which is on agriculture, food processing, and manufacturing. The theme of this discussion is fostering effective flow of academic knowledge and research results into the industry and society in facing global challenges. This will be moderated by Dr. Tusita Sugathapala, who is a senior lecturer from the Faculty of Engineering. Now I hand over to Dr. Tusita Sugathapala to commence the session and also introduce.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. So this is, as you said, this is the first session on this forum. So we have three eminent personals representing our own university, the industry, and also international expert. Let me first introduce them and then brief you the work plan or the agenda for this 45 minutes discussion. Now we have with us today Professor Noguchi Ryoso from Faculty of Life and Environmental Science, University of Tsukuba from Japan. So he basically worked in the area of agriculture engineering, then went into later on food processing, which also topic today. and also on biomass energy, which is also very important for the local context. So welcome, Professor Noguchi, for this session. Then we have from the industry representing the local industry, Mr. Devakant Veerasurya is a director engineering manufacturing in Cargill Ceylon Food Manufacturing Group, one of the leading the food industry, the business in Sri Lanka. So again, now his basically background started from this as a marine engineer, and then went into this food industry. Joined with the Unilever Ceylon in 1995. Then as chief engineer, especially Walls ice cream. All of us like that brand. And then moving to Cargill Ceylon PLC with the sales of the Walls factory from Unilever to them. And presently, he works as a director engineering and has a lot of experience in this area. So we are expecting to hear from him basically on food processing as well as manufacturing, both together. Finally, the third panelist is Dr. Himan Puncheva. He's the head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, the Faculty of Engineering from Moratuwa. Basically, he's a kind of an expert in all these areas, working in the manufacturing, and also has an interest in agriculture. You have been looking at developing a course, undergraduate degree program or postgraduate in agriculture engineering. That might come in the future. He has a background, basically, he's an engineer, passed out from Moratuwa University, our own department, mechanical engineering in 2001. They did a MSc in industrial engineering and engineering management from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and PhD from Loughborough University, that's in 2007. So he has been working as a senior lecturer and now the head of the department. So that's basically our panel. I will brief you the working agenda for this session. I will first raise few questions or direct some questions to each of these panelists to first introduce their work as well as giving some thoughts on the topic we discuss here, especially looking at the agriculture, then food processing and manufacturing. And particular emphasis on this, importance, of these research results which are generated in the university, how it can contribute to the national economy through transforming these results into the industry, to the society at large. So what we have to do, that aspect will be discussed. So that's the first round of questions from each. So they might also present their, the ideas with a PowerPoint presentation, or it can be a speech. Then I will have another round of question, a secondary follow-up question from these three to understand more on this area, especially highlighting the topic, the theme today. Then we'll start. We allow the audience also to raise question. If you have time, you can take this few questions. If you have any question, I think you can use the chat to post. I will then look at those and select some questions, and then finally we'll have a kind of a final round of conclusive remarks from the three panelists, and also I will summarize the whole session. So that's the work plan. Let me first give a kind of a background on this particular topic, why we have this topic and what is importance. Now we look at this agriculture, food processing and manufacturing. These are nationally important, especially for economic development and social development. And also these are interconnected and have kind of a common goals towards sustainable development. That's also a kind of a theme in this whole forum. So that's one thing. Like these are directly linked to the this sustainable development and also socio-economic development in the country. Then also when you look at the progression, how far we have moved forward in this line, especially in the country of sustainable development, we have what you call the sustainable goals and this the UN Sustainable Development Report 2021. shows all the countries, the partner countries or member countries, what their stages of development, because SDGs came into 2015, and now we are almost 6-7 years, into the the period, and it's finally we want to achieve this one in 2030. Now we look at this, the present progress in Sri Lanka. We have what we call SDG dashboard country page. You can refer that. Even the UN Sustainable Development Report launched in 2021 highlight that some of these SDGs linked to these three sectors. One is SDG 2, the zero hunger. When you look at, then we have SDG 9, the industry, innovation, and infrastructure aspect. That's partially is linked here. Both cases, we are ranked as having major challenges to reach the sustainable development goals. And also, when you look at the score, when you look at the progression, the rate of progress also says moderate, but not sufficient to attain the goal. So we are lagging behind, and these are of course affected by COVID-19. This pandemic, and it started as a the health crisis, but now it has gone to social and economic crisis. So therefore, we are really facing challenges of achieving this goal and these goals. So therefore, that's one area. And also recently, this with this conference of parties, the COP26, which was held in Glasgow. We have committed certain, the targets in terms of carbon emission, particularly reaching, the carbon neutrality by 2050, and also sectoral there are targets. So when you look at this SDGs and NDCs, nothing this in mind contribution, we see there are a lot of targets where we have to implement during this period, like till 2030, both SDGs and NDCs. So in that respect, in fact, government has taken some, important decision or actions, intervention, especially looking at this, what we call this 3R, the response, recovery, and redesign approach in COVID-19 pandemic circumstances, by revising some of the policies, like agriculture policy being updated now, and industry policy being updated, final stage. So the policy developments are happening, and some of our own colleagues here contribute in that one, but we need more input from our side to this policy making. And also we have the government, especially president, has appointed some task team or task forces, especially in green economy, agriculture, where all these areas we highlight, agriculture, food processing, and manufacturing, become rather highlighted as some of the national important the priorities. But the issue there is basically what's our role as a university, as academics, as researchers. What are our role for contribution of this? As a technological university, how we can contribute to this one by fostering effective flow of academic and knowledge research into the industry and the society in facing these local and global challenges. So that's the kind of a background I will just highlight. So with that background, I will first ask, or rather, direct the question to Dr. Himan. Particularly, he has been, I think you have been have a broader experience in these three sectors: agriculture, food processing, and manufacturing. Not only research, but also development policies. I know you have been involved in the industry policy development, and also curriculum development, and so on. I would like to know your perception on this present status, on effective translation of research results, the results of research what we do for evidence-based decision making, or also flow into those results into the industry and society to impact on socio-economic development. Where are we? Like whether we are our contribution is satisfactory, or we have some gaps. What are the challenges? You can also bring some of your own experience. So it's over to you, Dr. Himan. If you have a presentation, I think you can share the screen and do that. Thank you. Over to you, Himan. I will give you around 4 to 5 minutes for this. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Zabala, for introducing me. Can I have the privilege to share the screen?
let me. I think I can't give like the organizers can give that. Anyone? Can you connect now?
No, not yet. Can
anyone from the organizing?
Yeah, somebody. Kalindu, can you make me a co-host?
We need that for other panelists also. I think that should be given at the beginning. Can one
not yet. Kalindu or President Deangani, you should be able to give. Not yet.
Let me contact.
Yes, now it's possible.
Yeah, sorry for delay.
Right. Yeah, now it's done. Right, I'll start the discussion by giving a brief on the status of the agriculture sector in Sri Lanka, and then we'll just talk about the challenges we have. That's where we can discuss about the interventions that we can make in the make to develop this sector in Sri Lanka, how we can work together, the industry, foreign partners, and us working together in order to develop this industry. So let me give a brief description of the status. Now, the contribution to the GDP in terms of agriculture is hovering around 7.4 in that region. With time, the contribution of the agriculture sector to the GDP has reduced over the years. If you look at this, you'll be able to clearly see how the contribution of GDP from the agriculture sector reducing. So from the 1960s, it has been around 30%. Now it's down to 7%, as I told you earlier. So it has been gradually coming down. And at the same time, if you look at the employment in agriculture, the percentage employment has drastically reduced. Especially during the past 10 years, it has reduced to 24% of the population from around 1/3 of the population. So that's quite an alarming decrease. And at the same time, if you look at the contribution of GDP from crops and animal husbandry, fishing and animal husbandry, it's like 1/4 of the entire contribution to the GDP from the agriculture sector. So we have a good contribution from the crop sector, not the animal husbandry. And talking about, as Dr. Sutapala mentioned, the contribution to the GHG emissions by different crops, different agricultural products. If you look at this, there is an interesting kind of graph where we see that when you go for animal-based products, agricultural products, the contribution to the GHG emissions become huge. If you take groundnuts, citrus, apples, they have very low contribution to GHG emissions. But when the amount of effort towards getting the crops, the produce, depending on the amount of effort that you put in, the GHG emissions increase. So it's kind of an alarming situation, and it gives us some impetus on what kind of action that we need to take. What are the things that we need to concentrate on? What are it's like a cost and benefit analysis where if you spend a lot of money, if you put a lot of effort into production of food, then sometimes we end up producing or causing harm to the environment. And if you look at on the other side, now here, if you take beef, it has the highest contribution of GHG emissions per kilogram of food produced. And if you take the vegetables and stuff, they have a very low contribution of GHG emissions in terms of GHG emissions. And if you look at the usable protein from a pounds per acre, again, if you take the vegetable-based or the plant-based products, they have a higher contribution, higher content of protein per acre. If you take beef, it doesn't perform well. Milk, eggs, meat, all these things don't perform well in terms of pounds per acre or kilograms per acre in terms of the protein that we need. If you look at the challenges, I got this from the FAO. They have done a specific study on the Sri Lankan agricultural sector. The issues that we have, the challenges that we have are like subsistence farming and doing part-time farming. They are not mechanized. We don't put much emphasis on organized farming. Poor soil fertility, high cost of production as a result of all this. Then post-harvest losses, low level of mechanization where the universities, the research institutes can directly get involved in. And low levels of R&D in general. There's not much emphasis on R&D in this sector. That's something which is alarming in the Sri Lankan context. And low adoption of ICT, whereas in developed countries, they use a lot of IT to process information, collect data, process information, process data, and use information to improve efficiency of these agricultural products. Like that, there are many challenges that we have. So in order to, if I quote some examples, sometime back we've been working on developing a selective tea plucker for the Sri Lankan industry, because we do selective tea plucking. We pluck only 2 buds and a leaf. We've been developing this for several years, and there was an industry party that was interested in developing this, but the partnership didn't go the full distance. We ended up developing a partial product and it didn't go. Then we developed for say food processing industry, we developed a layout for milk products. So we developed a factory layout, a special layout for factories that can be employed anywhere. Then if we take packaging, for packaging, there had been a lot of research that was done, but the problem is they don't reach the intended parties. So that is some issue, some challenge that we have. So as a solution, what I proposed to the university was to develop a research institute or maybe R&D institute, which also focuses on the manufacturing aspect. Now, if product development stays at the development stage and they don't go for production, then that won't do. So it has to go to the manufacturing level. So I proposed an entity called FARMA, Facilitation Center for Agriculture, Infrastructure, Machinery and Equipment Research. It's a university. I propose it as a university-based entity where we carry out an undergraduate and postgraduate and say research, and then we from the same entity where we can do community extension programs where we educate the relevant parties, relevant stakeholders in various aspects, and in order to bring in new projects to work on different product development and so on, to have a liaison where they directly work with industry partners and the foreign partners, possible foreign partners, funding agencies, and so on, to develop uh, these areas, develop the agricultural sector in order to alleviate the challenges that I mentioned earlier. So this kind of approach, I think, would be beneficial for Sri Lanka, and that's how we need to go towards the development of the sector. The special emphasis that I put is the manufacturing aspect. We normally do research and we develop, and the whatever that we develop end up in the research center without going for production and manufacturing to provide large benefits to the community. That's the area that we need to focus on as a institute.
Thank you, Dr. Himan. In fact, you have answered also my follow-up question. I expected you to present the challenges, but of course now it's, I think, better now. So we are looking at also the solution, so we can also get the feedback from other, the panelists also in that line, because we have both from the industry and also from the international experts, so that we can see how they could, see this one, how they see and how they could contribute. Thank you, Dr. Himan. Next, I would like to open this discussion to Mr. Devakant from the industry. Already now, Mr. Devakant you have vast experience in food processing and also manufacturing. So I think it's ideal fit in here. So in that context, as also Dr. Himan highlighted the challenges as well as the type of model he presented, which has industry as one of the core, the key stakeholder. So in that context, can you first share with your experience on this food processing sector, especially it's linked to agriculture, and Dr. Himan indicated that there's a the downward trend in the sectors in agriculture that maybe has also reflected in food processing. So what's your experience? What's happening now? What's the future direction? And that's something I would get from your I think, and also indicating what's the role of local solution, local development, local research in the industry, whether there's a room for that, and also looking at this present COVID crisis, how we are going to face those. So those are some of the areas we can highlight, but then of course you can present your, the ideas on that. Thank you. Over to Mr. Devakant.
First of all, I want to thank the University of Moratuwa for inviting me, representing the food industry for this forum. To your questions, Dr. Sugutapala, now what I can say is from early 90s, the food industry, food processing industry in Sri Lanka has developed a lot. I mean, in technological advances and to increase the product quality and hygienic standards, and more the suppliers, the manufacturers are aware of the quality improvements, and the importance of quality improvements, and they go for these ISO certifications, and new regulations comes on food safety and food quality. And so this is a huge improvement in the food industry as far as I can see. And the basic areas, that develop past over the years is the packaging types. You have various new packaging types, and many processing equipment came into to the business, and especially the hygienic practices, we developed, and practiced in the food industry, which has improved the product quality and the final product quality to the consumers. And for example, I can say, as for my previous company, Unilever, they started the Walls ice cream factory, and at that time the ice cream making, in Sri Lanka is not very organized industry, and then when they came, they wanted to introduce these Walls branded ice cream, in worldwide, is a Walls brand is available, in Unilever. So they brought all the processing technologies, such as, high pressure homogenizing and blast freezing to preserve the product quality. And then they bought the hygienic practices, where the people are highly trained, to preserve the hygienic integrity of the product, and then the training and especially distribution of cold chain, with eutectic systems, to preserve the temperature until the consumer have the product. So that way, the industry, the product as the ice cream actually as a product, has developed, and the people came to know the right quality ice cream, is the texture. Earlier it was a sandy taste, because of the blast freezing options are not available now. Now people can enjoy a proper ice cream, like anywhere in the world. So like that, the industry, now with the sale of the Walls factory to Cargill's, so we went into manufacturing, the Cargill into manufacturing, and we have 9 factories in a large manufacturing units, producing leading brands of consumer goods. And we have taken those good practices, with us to the other factories and the industry has developed, and especially the consumers get benefited. So that's I think the industry in right path. And the directions, future directions, is the what we are looking at, as packaging solutions, and we have to reduce plastics, that is the most important aspect, in these days, and the low quality packaging, because the consumer pays, a large amount of money for the packaging, and so we have to reduce that cost. We have to find ways to do that, and we have to improve the shelf life, and reduce the preservatives you use, to improve the shelf life by introducing various practices such as, hygienic practices, and, the quality of raw materials has to be improved, to they can reduce the use of preservatives in the final products. So the local solutions, as you say, what we really looking for is packaging improvement solutions, where we can introduce biodegradable, sustainable products as packaging, to reduce the amount of plastics we use as packaging, and the raw material quality, to improve the raw material quality. We are into a large dairy brand in Sri Lanka, and we are one of the largest milk collectors, in the island. So we collect a lot of milk, from individual farmers, where that's our policy of, going into the farmers, to get the money flow into them, in this dairy industry. So the raw material quality, is the milk quality is plays a major part, on processing the milk, the initial bacterial quantity in the milk. So these are the things, which we really need improvements, to improve the industry. And the other sector, which I really want to emphasize is the waste management, of our effluent treatment systems. And we are more and more finding challenges, in the waste management sector. I can emphasize those things, in the next session. And then we need help, we need the assistance, guidance, to on this area, where as you know, the food manufacturing, produce a lot of effluent, liquid effluent, and we use a lot of water. You can reduce the amount of water we use. And all these sustainable goals, we want to achieve them with help. So the local solutions, what I can say is, in these areas where where the universities can help us, and the challenges, as you say, the same is what we face, the reduction of plastics, and the energy costs, and as you know, the industry, food industry, use is a very energy consuming industry where you need refrigeration, especially to keep the shelf life of the product. During the processing also you need refrigeration, you need steam for pasteurizing and things like that. In dairy. So we want to have sustainable solutions, for our energy usage and to reduce the energy usage, and the water consumption and the conservation. We use various practices, rainwater collection and RO system to reuse the effluent back as cooling water for our machinery. And we need train skilled technical people, to operate these systems. That's also a challenge that we face, in Sri Lanka nowadays. And because not many people are skilled people is available these days, for these are very highly skilled people involved in this business. So, and the other thing, disposal of effluent, that's also a major part, and then as you said, about the COVID time, it is very interesting that, during the COVID times, especially the food manufacturing industry was less affected. I would say because we used to practice many hygienic practices. Once the things similar to what you do, nowadays, wearing masks and cleaning hands and the people are trained to look after their personal hygiene, especially inside the factories. So we have very strict hygienic systems, practice, within the factories, where you have segregated areas as per the hygienic level. So the people are used to this hygienic practice. So by that, I think, the amount of infections, within the factories also was very less. So we were not really affected, by the COVID situation. So that is one positive thing I can see, and that improves the product quality and that goes standard as well. So that's what I can say, for the question you can ask. You ask.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Devakant. Very insightful, touching upon very important aspect at the end, that is COVID situation, how we have managed. Because of you had that culture, that's something I think we have to look into all these things when you're facing these global challenges. We can't just come up with a new thing, but it should be your culture. You have to prepare for that. So I think that's very interesting. And also you highlight some of the key areas where we can collaborate. I think that's an area, probably also the areas like packaging, and then look at waste management, wastewater treatment, and those are also the areas we are working. So as universities, and probably you need even the government and other partners to also get engaged. So we'll see how we can go forward. So we are looking at this partnership also with this particular. If you are looking at transferring our, the results into the industry, we need the partnering. So I think that's a very good insight for us to also think what are the areas we have to concentrate. Thank you very much. I will come back to you later, with when the time permits, with maybe some few ideas. So now for the first round, we have now going into the international, expert, Professor Noguchi. Why we have selected him? Basically, he has also had a earlier kind of a collaboration with Sri Lanka, so he has some expert, exposure to that. But more importantly, this area, like he started with agriculture engineering, then more into the food processing, and also went into, I think, looking at using this biomass, in a broader, the areas, bioenergy and so on. This also very relevant to Sri Lanka. So first, I would like to hear from you, Professor Noguchi. Now, when you look at this role of research on social economic development in a country, because we know that the Japan has tremendous improvement through these type of the involvement with the universities and other things, and also your own research experience in agriculture, and then going into food processing and so on. So you can bring some of your own examples there. So it's over to Professor Noguchi. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introducing me, the Professor Susisa. I'm very honored to invite your Research Week, University of Moratuwa. So I'd like to share my screen first. Okay, my name is Ryodo Noguchi, and I'm belonging to the Faculty of Life and Environment Sciences, University of Tsukuba. This faculty includes the Faculty of Agriculture, and I also the one of the member of the Department of Agriculture Engineering. I'd like to introduce two research which related to the agriculture engineering field. So this research thema was conducted when a foreign student from the Sri Lanka. His name is Sri Lanka Aryavanshak Malage. He is a researcher in the Sugarcane Research Institute in Sri Lanka. It is very interesting research because he totally changing the harvesting system from the field to the factory. So that he want to change to the harvesting system, not only the main part of the sugarcane, but also the waste part of the biomass. Finally, so that he proposed the hydrothermal liquefaction, HTL processing, to produce a biocrude, finally biofuel, in the factory of sugarcane mill factories. So anyway, so that this kind of the new farming system will provide not only the high quality of sugar, the increasing the total amount of sugar, but also the energy and materials in the factory. So this is very interesting the research, and I'm very honored to conduct research with him. I'm contacting with him, and we now considering to the next our future research. And this second, my research topic is the bioremediation and the biofuel production of my microalgae. As you know, microalgae have very high potential to produce the fat and lipid in their body. So we just trying to develop the facility planning to the how to extract the fat and lipid from their body by using the hydrothermal liquefaction and the same processing in sugarcane mill factories. But anyway, so after some of the research, we found so the nutrient in the water is very important to decrease the total cost of the biofuel production by microalgae. So now we are considering this microalgae cultivation for wastewater treatment in a municipal and also the POMI, palm oil mill effluent in Indonesia. So finally, so we can dramatically decrease the cost of the nutrient for the microalgae. I think that we have to consider not only seek the energy, but also we have to how to manage the biomass, waste biomass. So my former presenter, Mr. Devakanta said, so the waste management is an important role in the food industry. I totally agree about it. So we have to consider the waste management and producing the bioenergy is one of the strategies. In Japan, so we seek the wastewater management too much. So recently, one of the newspapers said there are no nutrients in the sea. So the bacteria and plankton cannot be survived no more without the nutrient. So too much the management of the wastewater is not good for the nutrient for the plankton and finally the fish. So we have to consider how to manage the wastewater controlling and the nutrient control in the nature. Okay, that's all the first question from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Noguchi. Very insightful. I will come back to you because we want to learn more from your experience, especially how you collaborate with the industry, government, and so on. That's the follow-up question. I will come back to you. Thank you very much. That is very insightful, and especially this topic you bring, biomass. In Sri Lanka, that's one of the main source of energy in Sri Lanka, especially for industry, food processing, other industry, biomass. But we are using very conventional technologies, direct thermal, those things only, and therefore we have waste of resource as well as even residues and so on. So we have not moved into this high tech thing like going for this the gasification or pyrolysis. It's still lacking. But I see that we do research. Even our university, we have a department chemical and process engineering. They are doing biofuel, this microalgae, this biofuel generation and so on. So I see a lot of opportunities for we to collaborate too. That's one-to-one thing. But then we need to see how you manage as a country, as a university, how you do manage the other stakeholders, the participants. So that will come back. So this the first round of discussion. I think we have got quite a good insight in all the areas. So I'm going to just capture those. Basically, Dr. Himan basically indicated the present situation, the downward trend in our industry. That's an alarming thing. That's the backbone, basically, especially for rural economy. This sector has been contributing a lot, but now we have a challenge there. I think that's one of the very alarming thing we see. But then, of course, on the other side, there are solutions. What you see from the industry, we can see how the food industry has evolved, especially through the technological interventions with novel concepts, and also they are looking at broader context of sustainability. The word sustainability repeatedly we hear. So therefore, I think, and then international experience, so that how strong, the powerful the research are. And even across the board, so the board, so the border. So that's very interesting. So I will, because of time limit, we have only 10 minutes more. I think most of the questions we have answered, so I don't have many additional questions. But Mr. Devakanta, very quickly, to kind of see way forward from the industrial side, now to cooperate with the industry, there are challenges. Sometimes we don't understand the industrial need. Maybe sometimes you don't understand industry problem properly. We do some research which may not be relevant to the industry too. So what's your opinion, Mr. Devakanta, whether presently our university are significantly contributing to the industry, or especially your industry, or still we don't have that type of a, of course we can have few things, but not sufficient. What's your opinion on that? And then how to go forward? How we can collaborate with you all, maybe in your industry. Thank you. So, Mr. Devakant, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. I wanted this question to be asked, because over the past years, maybe about 10, 15 years, we had a lot of interaction with the universities, especially Moratuwa University, with Dr. Ajit's incubation system, but I'm sorry to say that nothing very productive or conclusive thing came up, and it is actually is both parties has to be responsible for that, because without any emphasis on taking it forward, as Dr. Imam says, all the NPD we have given a lot of ideas for the NPD work, but they tend to stop somewhere, and nobody has taken it forward. And so even now, we have a person, very senior person appointed from the group to liaise with the universities and take this this forward. With Peradeniya University, Runa, Sabragamu, and Javadanapura is all is involved in this. And they are doing various new product development, organic agriculture projects, dairy development, things like that. So these are the things, which from our side, we try to coordinate this, by not trying to do with the individual factories. So there's a person that now is coordinating things with the university, so then we can go forward. Earlier, the proper coordination were not there. So the other thing, what I wanted, really, I have a very pressing need, like, as I said earlier, the effluent treatment, now in dairy, that we do chemical separation of fat initially, from after that, it goes through the normal anaerobic and aerobic digestion process. So this chemically separated fat, is called it DAF. We have to dispose it. So we dispose it through normal sewage treatment plants in Sri Lanka, and they just mix it with the sewage, and they pump it to the sea. Basically, now the the environmental pollution units, have come up, with various findings, so they wanted to stop that. So we have a big problem, the dairy industry of what to do with the defluge. So I have a solution, with a German company. They do these biomass boilers, then we can dewater the fat sludge, and then mix it with other combustible material and then burn it and then produce energy, steam. So for that, I need the calorific value of the product that we have, so that, I don't have any place to get that calorific value. So the industry, the universities can help. So though we have given this problem to this person that to get connected with the universities and find out this calorific value. Like that, so many instances, where we need your direct participation, and the packaging development, NPDs, and things like that. So, but so far, I'm sorry to say that, we haven't come across, use the facilities and the know-how of the universities effectively for the industry. And the industry, as you know, Doctor, is also a little bit, protective type. They don't want to open up, because it is very competitive environment. So the new product development tends to be a secret of individual manufacturing facilities. So that's also, is an area that we wanted to solve things, that way. And like that, this the challenges are to have a better coordination, and as Dr. Iman says, that the new products that developed, stays in their labs, and then doesn't go to production. But anyway, the things comes to production is also not very practical in the industrial environment to do. And so we can exchange people, your people, come and study our processes and then take back those information, and then develop something like that. We can work closely with Moratuwa, and so we hoping to have a lot of interaction in the future. That I wanted to emphasize that this fact. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. Be open. So we also understand that, and we also take some, initiative to set up some centralized, unit to coordinate. So we have what we call unit to business linkage cell now, so that I think we are in a better position to coordinate and look at your need, because also that when we work with the industry, also sometimes the projects are like in 1 or 2 years, it will not going into final results. So that's what we discussed. So that's the topic today also. I think that's a very insightful thing. I think that need is where I think you have been very open on telling the certain situation. So that's very important. I think we'll go forward in that one. This forum basically targeting that type of identifying the needs and then looking forward to contribute to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Devakanta. Then now we have very limited, maybe 3 minutes more. I want to go into Professor Noguchi. I think you have touched upon this, but then as a kind of a final conclusion, now how this university government industry partnership, how it works in Japan. Anything we can learn from us, because we have now heard our side, like the university, the industry. You see, we have gaps. So, any comment on that, Professor Noguchi? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the important thing is how to make a consortium over a research group, including not only the university, but also the research institute, government sector, and private sectors. So after making a consortium, we can submit any kind of the budget. So this is one of the special case, the JSPS. This is a very academic. So we can collaborate with the university to university using this kind of the budget.
Right.
Sorry. And this is a very, as you know, so the SATREPS is a very the big budget, and which not this cooperate with JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and the JST, Japanese Scientific and Technology Agency, and the university and private company. So we make such kind of a consortium, both countries, Japan and as example, the Sri Lanka, we can submit this kind of the budget. This budget not only the to providing the technology and developing the technology each other, but also that we can to educate the PhD student that in your side, because the next generation, they are very important to promote and to cultivate these technologies. So if I have a chance, I'd like to submit and apply the SATREPS project. You can see these keywords and you can check what kind of the project is running in Sri Lanka now. And there are several, the budget in our country. This is one of the budget, the SIP, and this is the budget under the National Agriculture Research Organization, Ministry of Agriculture. And I now are conducting the autonomous spraying system and other one just checking the environment damage, environment evaluations, the biomass heating using the rice husk without human health risk. But anyway, so that these kind of the budget cannot get by only one professor, one faculty. So after the making the consortium or the research group, we can easily to apply it. So the important thing, how to develop, how to make such kind of a group of the research and the project group. And then we easily to challenge it. That's my opinion for getting the budget and to cooperate in near future.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Noguchi. That's what we need basically, because that's what we really lack, multi-stakeholder partnership, multidisciplinary research, and it's not just money, as you said. We have to have platform, this type of approach to do that. So thank you very much. That's given full insight to this discussion. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have now consumed our time. Dr. Iman, very quickly, I'm not going to have any concluding because you have done the conclusion there. Just one sentence, Dr. Iman, you have come up with that model also. You can just conclude with that. So with that, we can conclude this session. Thank you. You are muted.
Sorry. Yeah. I will show or reference that this sums up the entire discussion, in fact, because we need multi-party collaboration, we need foreign collaborations, we need the industry to participate, we need the funding agencies to work together, and we need, at large, we need government assistance, and also we need to, in terms of policy making, we need to push the government to take right decisions. So, and in order to do something like that, we need to have a collaborative or concerted effort in order to propose things, product in terms of product development and taking it to the finishing level, and also taking it to the intended users. So we need to, as a university, we need to work together. All the departments, all the faculties need to work together in a single entity. That's how the collaboration needs to start. And then the industry will have confidence, foreign universities will have confidence, and also the funding agencies will have confidence in working with us in order to reap the benefits of the knowledge base that we have at the university. So that's the sole intention of proposing this entity called Farmer to the university.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think you have done the concluding part. I don't have to repeat again. Because of time, I will stop here. Thank you, Professor Noguchi, coming from Japan, and then Mr. Devakant, from the industry, and of course, Dr. Himan highlighting our side. It is very fruitful discussion. I think this is the starting of then. We'll communicate with you all, Professor Noguchi, Devakant, all, and with this whole group, I think, and to see what we can go way forward. So I think we understand the importance of the research going into the industry and the way we have to do it. And that we have best practices also coming from, for example, Japan. So, and also the way the industry has evolved. So all are very positive point for us to act, I think. So therefore, I think the major initiative should come from the university side. And we hope that individually as well as a university as a group, an entity will take positive action to make a reality. So this session will be concluded with that. So thank you very much. Thank you for your collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you. Thank you.
Moratuwa, for moderating that very engaging session. It was indeed a very interesting and insightful session, I must say. Obviously there's a lot of negatives and challenges, as mentioned initially by Dr. Pujiheva. But it makes you think that certain things are possible as well, given the certain proposals which came out of the discussion, such as the farmer initiative, as well as a number of hygienic practices, as well as the good practices that our food processing industry has had, as Mr. Devakanta mentioned, as well as the interesting new methods which were proposed by Professor Naguchi as our international expert. So it makes you think that it is possible indeed, right? With that note, I would like to go on to a few messages from our sponsors, and I will hand over to the technical team to display those messages, and I will come back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another session on store for you after this, which will be themed Bridging Academia and Practice Towards Sustainable Development. This will focus on the area of energy, infrastructure, cities, and transportation. This will be moderated by Dr. Milinda Pathiraja, who is a senior lecturer from the Faculty of Architecture, Department of Architecture. Over to you, Dr. Milinda Pathiraja, to commence the session and introduce the panel.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this second panel discussion we are holding as part of the Global Research Forum. Just give me a second. I think I should be able to share a slide. So, my name is Milinda. And in this session, we are focusing on the thematic ideas of energy, construction, and cities, And to contribute to this panel discussion, we have invited three prominent gentlemen who I'm sure are no strangers to our university fraternity. So I'm going to introduce them very frugally, very briefly, partly because we don't have a lot of time to spend on this discussion, but also because they are very well-known personalities. So we have Dr. Priyantha Wijetunga, who is currently the chief of the energy sector group at Asian Development Bank. But as we all know, he is a former senior professor of electrical engineering at the University of Moratuwa and the first dean of Faculty of Information Technology. Dr. Wijetunga was the founding director general of the Public Utilities Commission of Sri Lanka and a former president of the Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association, among many, many positions he held before moving to ADB. He was also a lead author of the Sri Lanka Energy Policies and Strategies compilation, which they did in the year 2007 and 2008. He also involved in the drafting of the Electricity Act in 2009 and the Sustainable Energy Authority Act in 2007. And at ADB, he served as the director of the South Asia Energy Division before he was appointed to this highest position, chief of the ADB Energy Sector Operations. Then we have Dr. Rohan Karunaratne, who is the current president of the Ceylon Institute of Builders. He's also the managing director of AKK Engineers, the chairman of Master Builders International, the chairman of Arpico Finance, again, among many, many positions that he holds, both internationally as well as locally. He's also the past chairman of the National Construction Association. So he has over 30 years of experience in the construction industry, both as a practitioner, as well as a teacher, but as well as an administrator. Dr. Karunaratne holds a PhD in management, and he also has been lecturing in civil construction, designing and planning at an academic level. And then to round up the panel, we have invited Mr. D.B. Navaratne. Mr. Navaratne is a leading chartered architect and an urban designer with postgraduate qualifications on both. Director at the Design Consortium Limited, a senior fellow and a leading contributor to the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects, especially as a long-running member of SLIA's Board of Architectural Education, and Mr. Navaratne is also the incumbent industry representative at the Architecture Faculty's Academic Board. So I welcome the three gentlemen on behalf of the University of Moratuwa. The way we intend to conduct this session is that I will first very briefly outline the theme of the objectives of our discussion today. And then we will invite the panel members to spend roughly about 5-6 minutes reflecting on a couple of issues that they think are critical to the current behavior, as well as the future directions of the sector that they are involved in, but also with an emphasis on possible R&D works, as well, R&D works that could eventually extend into national policy making level. And then we'll move into a Q&A session. As you can see here, you have titled this session as Bridging Academia and Practice Towards Sustainable Development. And I believe the title itself sort of explores the two important issues that we intend to tackle within this 45 minutes. Firstly, by referring to the term bridging the academia and practice, and by extension, academia and industry, we want to look at the role the academia can play in building up industry partnerships to trigger socially and, nationally relevant R&D works. And secondly, by referring to this notion of sustainability, we want to reflect on possible research areas and aims that could lead into a broader national and global objective, especially at the policymaking level. But we all know that this idea of sustainability is often problematic. Sometimes it's a term that is, thrown around loosely these days, and has become kind of a catchphrase for many different cultural and political associations. At the same time, it's also a phenomenon that we can't simply run away from. judging by the global climate change challenges, I guess the impending energy crisis, even in the context of how our cities are failing, both culturally and environmentally, and even within the process of how the environment is being destroyed by the broader activities of construction. So the term sustainability is referred here strategically, I guess, as a way of bringing together these four thematic areas we are supposed to deal with at the panel discussion: energy, infrastructure, cities, and construction, simply as an opportunity to trigger a multidisciplinary discussion, but not in the context of its, I guess, the typical environmental sentiments. So sustainability here refers to a possible balance between economic growth on one hand, social improvement and environment protection as a kind of a mutually reinforcing dimensions of development. So to that end, inquiring how to sustain people, how to sustain industries, and how to sustain ways of life becomes as important as the need of sustaining the ecological fabric. So that, in that sense, I guess, the governance of energy sector, for example, becomes as important as the safe extraction of natural resources for energy production. Protecting the socio-cultural life of the people within the city becomes as important as the political economy that governs city building. And the conditions of the workers in the construction sector becomes as important as the distribution of professional work in the industry. So within this broader definition of sustainability, we would like to discuss possible areas of research and design investigations that perhaps we need to take up collectively, both in a shorter and longer terms, and perhaps in that process also to discuss, I guess, the failings or the inadequacies of state level responses to the targeted sustainable development goals along the sectors that we are focusing here. So with that note, I will move into the first briefing of the session by the panel members. I hope Dr. Priyantha Wijetunga is here. I didn't. Yes, Dr. Wijetunga is here. So I first invite Dr. Wijetunga to reflect on the context and challenges of promoting cleaner and energy efficient technologies, and governance of the energy sector, the things that Dr. Wijetunga has been advocating for a very long time. And even with the ADP, the kind of investigations you have been doing, concerns about exploring cross-border power trading, India, Sri Lanka, submarine link, and so on and so on. So please, Dr. Wijetunga, we would like to hear more about the research content of such work. So I open the forum to you. Hello. Is your mic on? Dr. Wijetunga, are you there? Okay. Dr. Wijetunga, I think your mic is off. Can I?
Sorry, Virinda, I am back. My internet connection is not stable. Yeah, that's okay.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So welcome back to the university, and welcome to this forum as well, Dr. Wijetunga.
No worries. Anyway, I followed you. I missed maybe a couple of minutes in between. That's it.
All right. Okay. So we are just waiting to hear from you, Dr. Wijetunga.
Okay.
Just a few minutes, 5-6 minutes, just briefing on few issues that you find critical at this juncture, especially in terms of renewable energy and so on and so on, in line of possible future R&D works.
Yeah. Yeah, Melinda, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this important webinar. It's quite nice because, after leaving academia, coming back to talking to academia is always good, and you feel good. And by the way, my voice may be choppy because of the internet connection, but I hope you can still follow, even with a little bit of breaking in between. So, coming from the energy sector, and energy sector, as you quite rightly said, cut across all other sectors, and you need energy for everything. And when it comes to sustainability, energy plays a very important role. Now it's even more highlighted because of the fact that we have to address these climate change challenges. So that's why all these countries are now looking at energy sector very closely, how energy sector will be developed in times to come. As you know, recently they concluded the COP26 Conference of Parties 26th meeting, and there were very ambitious goals set for the countries around the world to clean up their energy sectors, and that's very, very important. So if you take Sri Lanka, we cannot go against the tide. If I start off with this, you cannot go on arguing whether we have adequate power, and whether we have base load power enough, whether we have had enough coal power plants, natural gas power plants, and all that. I think we have to move away from that kind of thinking. I myself is an electrical engineer. I know how a power system works. I know the importance of having base load plants and peak load plant, that separation, that distinction. I know how to handle it. But whether we like it or not, we have come to a point, sustainability matters. Simply because, of course, it mattered throughout, but now it's even more than before because of the climate change challenges. So it's time that we seriously look at cleaning up of the energy sector. It's not just what we are going to do in the future, but also what we have already done. We need to clean up. We have already got a certain percentage of thermal power plants here. We have 900 megawatts of coal sitting there, which we could have avoided actually at one point or the other. Now, of course, we are looking at natural gas, which is supposed to be a transitional fuel. So overall, we have to look at the power sector very, very carefully, energy sector as a whole too, and see how we can move away as much as possible from fossil fuels. Of course, it has a cost. And as an upper middle income country, we should be able to bear certain costs, even with great difficulties we are going through now. So I think from energy sector viewpoint, we have to seriously look at clean energy interventions. And I know Sri Lanka has a policy already, to have 70% of the energy sector, power sector, at least 70% coming from renewable energy sources by 2030. So we should plan and work towards it. That's very important. So in that regard, academia has a very important role to play. What can it do? Now, when it comes to intermittent, most of the renewable energy sources are intermittent, whether we like it or not. Wind, solar, all they are available when not at the time that you would like to have them sometimes. So, but what it means is that you have to adjust your power system performance, power system operations to suit those intermittency, and that can be done only by looking at certain technologies and the behavior of the power systems, and to accommodate these intermittent sources accordingly. So that kind of study is obviously part of academic work, and we used to do that right throughout, in our research career. So you need to look at those things. That's a very important fact. Now today, if I may tell you, I have two consultants working for Sri Lanka, looking exactly at that particular aspect of it, how to accommodate 70% of renewables in our power system. What needs to be done in terms of adjusting the power system operations, and the technology is required, and so on and so forth. So these are things what academia can chip in and do a lot of work with. For that, you need to have very close collaboration with the players in the power sector, particularly the Ceylon Electricity Board, Lanka Electricity Company, major players. You have to work with them. I am sure our colleagues in electrical engineering work very closely with them, and they have to work even more closely. And they have to be proactive, not reactive, and work on those things. So these are just few thoughts I have at the moment. What we need to, the emphasis is it's clean energy, nothing else, whether we like it or not, and we have to work on it and how to accommodate it as much as possible.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Vijaytunga. I will just ask one question before we move to perhaps Dr. Karunaratne. I mean, you mentioned about this aim of the government having Sri Lanka becoming self-sufficient by energy in 2030, and they want to increase the power generation capacity of almost about, I guess, 3,000 megawatts from current 4,000 something by 2025, and as you said, to depend on renewable energy. But despite these long-term plans, we had power outages in 2018, in 2019, and even in 2020. Perhaps because that we have these sort of less predictable weather patterns, which sort of impact hydropower generation. But the government keeps saying that they're working on LNG import facilities, offshore, regasification units, and so on and so on. But my question is that, do you think these targets are, especially, cleaner energy, are they realistic? I know within the social and political context of a country like ours, and what are the barriers if you think that that would not be the case?
Yeah. Okay, that's a very good question, Melinda. In fact, you have to be realistic as an engineer. I mean, I myself is an engineer. So, but at the moment, if I may tell you, the technologies are there to accommodate 70% renewables by 2030. But the issue is what the cost is going to be. So it's a cost and benefit and your targets. It's a balance between all these different factors, and whether we can afford it. My feeling is that 2030 is 9 years away, and if you look at the technological development in renewable energy, it's enormous and it's exponential development. The cost reductions are exponential, and the technology developments are exponential, and the flexibility needed in the power system to accommodate such variable renewable energy is enormous. So my feeling is that we can do it. The power failures in the past are obviously not having adequate generation, not having adequate transmission strengthening, maybe. No, those are things which we need to address. Of course, we need funding for that. And keep that in mind, if you are talking of funding, right, and you have to look at where you get the funding from. So international financing has already dried up and is drying up for fossil fuels. Not only fossil fuels, I may not be able to fund a transmission line connected to a fossil fuel plant in the future. In ADB, we may not be able to finance it. Even a transmission line connected to a fossil fuel. No, forget about a power plant itself. So international financing is drying up for fossil fuels, whether we like it or not. So we need to move towards clean energy. It's possible. All of us, all the stakeholders, not just one or two, everybody, who is going to benefit from energy and who is going to chip in and provide these energy services, everybody have to work together and work towards it and that target. So I told my consultants, don't ask whether we can accommodate this or not. You should find ways of accommodating it and see what technologies should be brought in and how it can be done, and the CEB will do it. We'll have to do it. That's part of policymaking process.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vijaytunga. So with that note, I'll move to Dr. Karunaratne. If you may, Dr. Karunaratne, if you can briefly talk about perhaps present challenges and possible way forward in the construction industry, perhaps focusing on issues like, I think, I mean, we all know that, within the current pandemic situation, there's a problem of not having enough work, high construction costs, and so on and so on. But going forward, with the reflection on R&D work, issues about tender procedures, issues about workmanship, training of workers, and so on and so on. So if you can just dig some points which we can sort of gather as a possible extensions to over to you, Dr. Karunaratne.
Thank you, Merinda. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank University of Moratuwa for inviting me to your global research forum focusing on sustainable development. Okay, my topic is actually the way forward in the construction industry and the crisis we are facing at the moment. Let me explain you how big our industry is and what are the problems we got to face in next 2 years. We contribute around 9.6%. In 2014, we have contributed 9.6% to the GDP. And even now, we contribute about 6-7% to the GDP, and about around 1 million people are working in our industry. So last year budget, the government has announced some massive projects like 100,000 kilometer road project, 10,000 into 3 highway projects, 10,000 bridges, 500,000 water supply projects, the construction of 100,000 houses, and the private sector project like Port City, BIA, hospitals, schools, parks, etc. Out of which this budget, they have announced that the government sector buildings are going to stop. So we roughly calculated our 1,000 billion worth of work per annum. If we do 1,000 billion worth per annum, we can contribute around 10% to the GDP. But if they bring it down to 600 billion, GDP also will come down to about 6%. So that's one of the economical effect to the GDP. And the other way is very bad because there are 650,000 workers are working in our industry. So even the poorest laborer in our country is working for us. So those people may not have jobs. If the workload has come down to 600 people. So we strongly even we are discussing with even they stop the government buildings. Yes, it's fine. That's fine. They got to do that. But the thing is, you have to encourage the private sector projects to come up in the country, and also the funded projects to be brought into the country. So to match this gap is very, very, very important. So we know there are major players in our game. These architects, we have over 1,500 architects in the industry. We have 17,000 engineers, 2,000 quantity surveyors, and we have 3,800 registered contractors and 1,200 non-registered contractors. Our SME sector is very, very, very important and very, very, very strong because the 75% of the construction company, the SME sector companies are there. They employ 45% of the employees. 45% of the employment are being given by the SME sector. So in the construction sector, we have 4,000 contractors in the SME sector. So those people, surviving of those people, to support those people are very, very, very important because they need only 250 to 300 billion worth of work to survive in our industry. Issues. More than the issues, we were really happy when this new government come into the power because we have been discussing with the government were able to pay the due payments of 251 billion to the contractors. So the government had paid that. So people were very happy and we got the moratorium loans. All those things were there. But now we are facing again a massive problem. The payments are being delaying in the industry. The work is going to be less for next 2 years. The competitive biddings are coming up now. The foreign companies have become a real threat to the local construction industry. And the unrealistic cost estimates are there. We don't know how some foreign contractors like Chinese are going to do that for that price. The biggest two problems we have these days is price escalation because of due to the lack of material in our industry. So we are been discussing, even yesterday we had a very lengthy discussion with the SIDA about the price escalation. So they have agreed, at least for 1 year, from this particular year, from January, to pay us price escalation for all the materials have been gone up. Because we don't know how it is going up. We have started 160,000 rupees a ton of steel. Now it's about 410, 420,000. So it's gone up by almost double, and some are more. So next 2 years is very, very critical. If the government didn't pay the price escalation, give the contractors the time extension, and even now some officers, some consultants are deducting the LD, liquidated damage. So we have requested the government please not to do all this, because the keeping contractors intact, saving them that's a big saving for the country, because we are one of the biggest GDP contributor to the construction industry. So even under my topic, there's a green buildings. Green buildings. We're happy to say year 2010 we have our institute that started giving green building certificates to our buildings. That's called Green Mark. But now, private sector was very interesting. A lot of private sector people have applied for that, and they have done a lot of green buildings in the country. But the government, yes, we have agreed with the government all the UDA projects should be green projects. But I think now with all these prices and things like that, those clauses are not there anymore in the tenders. So it's not a happy situation. I think government should seriously look at these green buildings to come up in our country, because we are the people who are spoiling 40% of the energy in our country. I think it covers my
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karata. I will just ask you a brief question. I mean, just to summarize what you have done. I guess where does the research potential in all these complexities that are there in the construction sector? I mean, perhaps you spoke about cost escalations and even the performance of building systems and so on. Perhaps maybe on alternative materials and or different procurement systems that the industry is using. So can you just reflect on that, perhaps, Dr. Karanatna, how do we sort of overcome some of these challenges through perhaps academic, industrial R&D work? Where is the research component in this?
Milind, that is one of the areas we are really, really, really lacking. I mean, we are not, our major problem in the construction industry is we are not with the universities, or we are not working with high professionals to do R&D work. Our guys we may be very wrong in this manner. Our contractors are only interested in doing their work and getting their money and go. They don't interest to do researchers or green buildings or sustainability. So this is the gap. We should fill it up. So we have been discussing with the government to include at least a paragraph in our bill of quantities to improve your greenery in the buildings, sustainability, and local material to be used. So those areas we have been discussing in the government, but this particular year we are just trying to survive. So therefore, these 2 years I don't think any improvement will come. But universities, they should definitely support the industry We are the only institute, CIOB, the only institute working with University of Moratuwa on the World Construction Symposium. So we bring down a lot of experts. And we are in these particular 3 days of workshop, we are introducing various research and development products in the country. So that is one of the very great events been happening in this country. I think that is the only event is happening in between the academia and the industry people. We have proposed to start manufacturing 200 factories to locally manufacture our needs of the material. So finance minister agreed this, but I don't know how long will this will take. But this is very, very important. If the government support them and expedite manufacturing these items locally, I think we are in the winning wicket. Why our construction cost is very high, that is because of the taxes we are paying for the imported material. If we can manufacture those things here at a low cost, our construction cost can come down and we can be in par with India and Bangladesh.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Dr. Karunaratne. So I will then move to Mr. Navaratne, if you may, address the forum briefly on your reflections on, I guess, critical issues in terms of city planning at local level, but also your reflection on R&D, and especially the process of integrated design research, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Belinda, for inviting me and inviting for this forum, which is very interesting and very sort of a new approach taken by University of Moratuwa, and I congratulate on this. And without taking much time, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be a few minutes, like 4 minutes, 3:45, I'll finish. That is a few points that I would like to point out on the research aspect of energy. Point number one is that, say very sadly but truly, in Sri Lankan context, the economic policies and physical planning policies are not interconnected. So due to that, what has happened was that we have engaged in some of the physical developments and spending money and energy and everything. And then we say results that we are getting are not equivalent or not supportive the total development, or they are not showing feasible solutions. So number one research that one should do as at the national level, because physical planning and then development, urban development and planning is an important factor, because whatever the economic development targets that you put, and that is ultimately going to be built or change the physical structure of. But unfortunately, this has not been happening because policies are made in different forums at different levels, but their integration with the physical planning process of it is lacking. So I would like, say, if somebody takes a research to see how much is this integration is done, how much effective is it, and at the end of the day, at the end of every year of financial year, that we should see how much of these physical contributions, physical developments done are contributing to the economy financially or economically, socially or culturally. That's one point. Second point, then it's from the national policy level. Next one comes into the urban investment level. That is the infrastructure that we are talking in one side, that is roads, all that, say what Dr. Priyantha talked about, everything. And then on the other side, we have a building industry which is connected to architecture and the spatial planning of the city itself, the urban development. So in this, I think we'll have to find answers in the local level as well. Of course, as Dr. Priyantha said, there are technological development which we cannot avoid, but there are several other aspects which we can discuss. We will see that where that local answers could be found, which are much cheaper in doing that. Say urban contexts going into nights and night activities, which is not happening in most of the cities of Sri Lanka. Are we going to promote it, or why should we promote it, and cultural and social and all those problems. Third one, in architectural sense, I think the research must go on because all the design processes are very much linear in our teaching as well as in education system. That is how we have learned. That is why Dr. Priyanta is in one sector and I am in another sector and you are in another sector and we all in different sectors. But the time has come to bring a sustainable development into light, then that is the point that we will have to integrate all this. Energy, sociology, history, everything, culture, everything together to give the design answer ultimately. Because there is give and take each department has to do. That is, from energy department might have to take something, then the cultural department have to give in something and say, we'll have to find the answer within this. So to do that, I mean, you know, RIBA plan of work or all the design methods, most of them are linear, and we might have to get integrated design approaches into our teaching as well. And that is a good research area for us to explore, and all will change with this, which will give good results in that. Fourth point, I want to get with the institutional levels like SLIE, ITPSL, IESL, all these institutes should get together and drive themselves for one goal, which is not happening in our country because they're having isolated, say, I think this is our education system which has isolated us from the beginning, from different points that we have been put in. But when it comes to sustainability and energy, there's no isolation. It's one question that we all have to answer. So I think that is fourth point. Fifth point, then say how much as a developing country we are going to contribute to this global crisis is something that we should look at very, very carefully because sometimes you might see that you might undertake research to see, say, how much of energy that we are using in our buildings comparatively to, say, the developed countries. Now, if you take the resource consumption by the developed countries, it is proportional to our countries. So in that sense, how much of costs that we should incur to balance this global thinking is something to be seriously looked at and seriously discussed at international forums so that we will get certain benefits, I suppose, in those terms. So these are the five points that I would like to stop at that because I have taken my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Navaratna. And I think there was a detailed outlining of perhaps the forward in terms of, I guess, you know, the word there is collaboration and collaboration at different levels. And along those lines, Mr. Navaratna, I would ask you a question. You are a long time contributor to SLIA, and SLIA is, I guess, the main authority evaluate the system. What is the role in a professional organization like SLIA in identifying and supporting industry and university collaborations? Do you see a role there, or are you involved in?
I think. Yeah, I think that's exactly the fourth point that I brought up because I don't think, say, yes, there is, say, of course, all the institutes in Sri Lanka have contributed towards the policy matters. But however, I don't think it is adequate. I don't think from, say, of course, supporting research and supporting other things and the policy development, one thing, their contribution is less. And number two, I would say that the opportunity to contribution was also less. So that is something that I think we'll have to look at seriously, of course, because they say how much they can contribute to is a question depending on how much they get involved in the context.
Thanks. I will ask a similar question from Dr. Wijetunga as well. Dr. Wijetunga, can you sort of reflect on the, I guess, the role of policymaking institutions like ADB can help in supporting these kinds of collaborations? I mean, how do you, as the chief of energy sector group, identify and support interactions between universities and industry? Any reflection on that?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Am I
Yes.
breaking? Yeah. Okay. Yes. That's very important, actually. As a financing institution, it's not easy to directly deal with academia, as you know, because we are there to lend money for specific investment projects. But along with it, we always bring in technical assistance, as I said, for instance, this study which we do, how to accommodate intermittent renewable energy in the power system. That's a study, and that's where the academia can come in. So obviously, as an institution, we may enter into contracts with consultants, but we can do the same thing, or we can get academia involved in these studies, and that can happen through the utility. For instance, if you have Ceylon Electricity Board looking at this problem and the solutions to it, Ceylon, Moratuwa, for instance, can work with the CEB, who will be financed. Our technical assistance can come to Ceylon Electricity Board to make, to get that study done, and University of Moratuwa can be part and parcel of that. Likewise, not directly, indirectly, we can do that. But on top of that, I must tell you, we at the moment have a very important project in Moratuwa University, a microgrid project, right? We are setting up a microgrid at a cost of about $1.5 million. Actually, that's a grant money coming from ADB. So we do that kind of thing. That is a pilot project, and that can happen. And that pilot project will definitely lead to a lot of research work in intermittent sources, and how to integrate them, how to expand microgrids, and what problems are there, and all that. It's an area of research by itself, and that is catalyzed through this investment. So there are ways and means of doing it, and we continue to do that.
Right. But one of the problems, though, is that generally universities and industry often have different motivations for collaborating. So how do we identify sort of a common areas before co-working and collaborating? I guess that is important, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what I think we have to do. In the sense, we cannot come up with research work or studies just for the sake of doing it, and you cannot be in a silo and imagine a project, imagine a problem in your university room, and then try to solve it and ask the industry to help. No, that's not going to work. Now, the example which I gave you, exactly the kind of thing which the university should be doing. It should be practical. It should be something which is needed in the industry. It may not be immediately. It may be in 1 or 2 years or 3 years' time. Then the industries which are looking at the future can support such things. But others will have to be what is happening now. As I said, if the CEB has a problem with absorbing intermittent renewable energy, they have to solve that issue. And to solve that issue, we should help from the academia. Not something which will happen in 25 years' time. That, of course, kind of research also will have to happen, but that's a separate kettle of fish. Immediately, what we have to do is look at the problems in the industry and try to address them, right? And that's the kind of research I think the universities will have to work on. That can be very, specific, country-specific issues. Those are the ones which we need to first look at, not the other ones, immediately.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Vijay. That was very, very informative. I think we have like another about 5 to 8 minutes. So I'm going back to Dr. Karnaratne, again, the same lines. As the president of CIOB, what do you expect from the university in terms of contributing to your industry from an intellectual point of view, from a research point of view?
Yeah, Melinda, it's very important thing what we should do we are working with the University of Moratuwa on international research being done and educating our contractors on the international research projects. But the thing is, we have so many things, we have to do it in our country. Now, take example like sand. We have various quality of sand. Some consultants are not allowing dune sand. Some consultants are not allowing sea sand. So we should have R&D division where you have done do some researchers and prove, okay, the sea sand is going to keep for these days. Either we can do it or you should reject it. So these kind of things are not happening in our country. So many researchers has to be done. So we have to get together the universities and the industry people to do these researchers. I think government should come in between to do this, because the industry is not interested to spend their own money. Then the university also can't afford. So the government should come in between. And we have requested the government so many times, please start in the universities of Sri Lanka. I hope we have to press it more and more in years to come to make this happen. Otherwise, the industry will be in trouble and the prices will go up. And so we can do a lot more if the academia and the industry get together and develop the R&D division.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Navaratna, I will just one question, but perhaps that's slightly much more philosophical. Especially in a discipline like urban design. I mean, you of course have tangible, pragmatic issues that you need to tackle. Like lack of urban spaces, polarization of space and labor in the cities, poor state of social infrastructure like transportation and so on. Even the building culture, the dying building culture that is in the city. I mean, if you look at places like, I don't know, Kagal, Avisavel, any small town, we have these sort of ribbons which are, constrained by, a plethora of substandard building materials. At the same time, a discipline like urban design is, it's also deeply academic, isn't it? I mean, it requires a multi-philosophical approach, where you need to recognize theories and intellectual positions, I would say, spanning from pragmatic political discourses to utopian ideologies, scientific approaches, historical typologies, even, cognitive research, just to merely understand how people behave in spaces. So do you think that this lack of cohesive institutional and intellectual, again, it goes back to your collaborative design approach, what is at fault? I mean, is it the problem of, the urban development in our part of the world that seemingly, we are managing urban development by regulations, but not necessarily by creating adequate policies? Hello.
Hello. Sorry. I think urban development is not a process for a country or for a culture or for a country or a culture just can borrow like that, because it is not the done research. Say what intellectuals or philosophical or what walkability or giant gales or somebody else's theories or just cannot be brought into another culture and just planted, because that has to be modified, that has to be looked at from point of view of affordability of us, because that is exactly what I was saying, because say nightlife in cities, for example, we all talk, and I as a teacher also go and say that where is nightlife in your city? What is the nightlife that you have given into this particular location? Look at Singapore, look at Bangkok or something like that. But say somebody has to turn back and ask the question, are we of a culture where the nightlife is so much promoted like in other countries? Or is it only needed where the tourism is working? So I'm just taking a pragmatic example to answer your philosophical question. If yes, then how? And how do you do that without having a cultural conflict And that is a spatial answer at the end of the day. So that spatial answer should come in a collective effort than a singular designer effort. Urban designer should be supported by, as you rightly said, a good sociologist, good economist, good financial planner, good energy planner, etc., etc. So what I'm saying and promoting here is that we say we do not do this integrated design policy even at urban design contexts, even in other countries where it has to be done that way. We are not doing it because we are, say, sometimes political motivations or certain other things are becoming driving forces of these design processes. So in that, then your say multiple rule say sidelines, and one person or one designer comes in front. So that those are the issues. Of course, depending on, say, for example, if it is a infrastructure project in the urban context, then of course the infrastructure engineer has to lead the grounds. But then how much effect that infrastructure project has to the society, to the culture, to everything, must be brought as a complex integrated answer. So that's what I'm saying.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Navaratna. So I think we have almost hit 4 o'clock. I will just quickly in 1 minute summarize perhaps the discussion that we had. I think there are a few takeaways, I guess. First, I think the role of the professional and policy-making institutions can play, I guess, in supporting academic industry collaboration is important, especially to identify different interactions and relationships that are possible between universities and industries. But at the same time, I think as universities, we also have to work towards, I guess, strengthening how we disseminate our work, how we share our research, and I guess even develop policies to encourage collaboration with industrial actors. And in the process, I think what is also critical, I guess, is to sort of identify the motivations for collaborating. I guess to find the common areas. I hope that the discussion today has been quite fruitful. I think we were able to identify few critical research areas. Perhaps we could build up from here onward in terms of the energy sector, in terms of cities and urban development, and also in terms of the construction sector. So with that note, I'll conclude the session. I will certainly come back to you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for becoming a part of the panel, agreeing to do this in such short notice. And I also thank you all for listening to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. Great day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Very much, Dr. Pathiraja, as well as the panelists, for that very thought-provoking discussion. It was indeed very interesting because many thought-provoking ideas came out of it, particularly the idea about not working in silos. I mean, this is indeed something for us to think about as researchers. For instance, the idea of sustainable cities definitely makes a lot of sense, and it is linked to the 2030 UN agenda, etc. But how it was brought together, not working in, it's not just the job of an urban designer or an engineer. It is a job of different people with different expertise, such as sociologists as well as economists, etc. So that was a very interesting conversation indeed. Now I would like to go on to a few messages from our sponsors, and then I will come back to introduce the next moderator and go on to our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to our third panel discussion. This discussion will be in the area of digital economy. The theme of the discussion is research and development for the digital economy. This session will be moderated by Dr. Subha Fernando, who is a senior lecturer from the Faculty of Information Technology. I hand over to Dr. Subha Fernando. Over to you, Dr. Subha.
Thank you very much. I think we are waiting for one of the panelists. Okay, very good evening and sorry for the delay. Warm welcome to everyone. I'm Subha Fernando and the moderator of this panel, R&D for Digital Economy. Well, I have prepared kind of few questions that allows me to roll out this session. If anybody want to interject any questions, you are more than welcome. So before getting kicked off, I would like to request my distinguished panelists to introduce themselves. Who are you, who you are representing, and your expertise are. Professor Dominic, can we start from?
Thank you, Subha, and I'm honored to be in this panel, especially such distinguished panelists such as Professor Gyan Dias and Madhurat Naik. I'm Damin Dalahakon. I'm a professor at La Trobe University, Australia. That's in La Trobe University is based in Melbourne, and I'm the director of a research center called Data Analytics and Cognition. So cognition is artificial intelligence, but brain-inspired version of artificial intelligence. And my expertise, my research is focused on developing and advancing artificial intelligence, and also transforming the advancement and translating these to technology and technology platforms that can be utilized in industries and various other applications. Thank you.
Mr. Madhurat Naik.
Yeah, hi, I'm Madhu Ratnayaka. It's delighted to be here with Daminda and Professor Gamage and Subha. Thanks for inviting me. I represent the IT industry in the country. I also work for Vitusa and represent the industry in a few organizations.
Yeah.
So great to be here.
Thank you, Professor Gyan.
Thank you, Subha. I'm Gihan Das. I'm professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at University of Moratuwa. In addition to that, I think I've been running something which could be considered a digital service long before the word digital had the current meaning. Of course, there was a word called digital, which is a different related meaning. That is the domain registry where we register domain names. And also, I am a vice president of FITIS, the Federation of Information Technology Services in Sri Lanka. And so which there too, we have a digital services chapter, which is trying to develop the digital services sector in Sri Lanka. So I will represent all of these today.
Thank you. So with that, let me set the layout for today's discussion. So, and from my perspective, the digital economy is characterized by digitizing the many products and services with the help of internet and many other supportive activities. This digitization drives massive economic transformations, disrupting all the small to medium and enterprise level industries. This dynamic change calls for understanding all these key drivers and detecting trends and the policy changes. From your perspective, how do you see this digital economy and where it is heading at? I would like to give it as an open question for all the three panel members. Professor Gyan or Professor Daminda can start?
Professor Gyan, you would like to start?
Okay, so shall we then start? Let me very briefly give a couple of slides, not a whole lot, just 1 or 2 slides. Right, let me share that. Right, hopefully, oops. Just hold on, it's waiting for me. Right. Okay, so let's share that. So what are digital goods and, sorry, let me go back to the top. Right.
So let me try to identify what we mean by digital goods and services. So first one is digital good. This is a product which is digital in form. So digital means it's composed of bits. And a very good example is a song which you have on your phone. And there is no CD, there is no record, there is no other physical thing. The song is on your phone as a set of bits. That's a digital good which people can sell you, or you can buy, or you can do whatever, rent or whatever. Then digital services are services which are provided by moving services from one place, bits from one place to the other. I'll give you a couple of examples. One is, let's say somebody says, okay, can you send me 1,000 rupees to do whatever, right? And what I do is I log into my online banking or open my banking app and send that person 1,000 rupees. Does anything physical go from me to him? No. Does anything physical go from my bank to his bank? No. All that moves is some bits, but actually the money has gone. Then I can think of even a simpler example. I send an email to a friend asking me to help me with a task. What have I done? I have communicated some information to another person, and that person, based on that information, does something. And that can be considered part of a digital service. And let's take another example, which I think we have been all very familiar with the last few months. I use an app to order food to my house. So what turns up? Physical food, which you can eat. Very, very physical, right? You don't want to have digital food delivered to your house. The delivery man, the guy who turns up in the yellow or the green jacket, is also physical. And what is digital there? I mean, a physical person comes and delivers physical food. What's digital is the restaurant gets an order for food. The driver is told to collect it and then deliver it, and both get paid based on my clicking on things on my phone. So there is no physical thing which goes from my phone to the restaurant, nothing which goes from the restaurant to the driver and the driver to me, except the actual food, which of course gets delivered. So these are what I mean by digital goods and services, and they provide speed, convenience, and accuracy.
Okay, Professor Gam, would you like to add more on that?
Thank you, Jan. Just to further discuss a little bit more on that. So I would say when you say digital economy, is an economy based on digital technologies in a much more broader, if I take a step back. And it has been called the internet economy, web economy. So obviously the internet or the web has played a major role, a key role in creating this environment in the digital economy. So the best examples, to understand, we can look at digital platforms, although we can, such as Amazon, Uber, Airbnb. It's a way of life as well. So there is a number of things. So there is a social aspects involved as well. The adoption, not just the adoption, but acceptance of digital things, digitalization, if there is such a word, and if you call it that. So what happens? Like these companies such as these, they connect the market, the participants together, and in a virtual world. It's this virtual world which we as human beings all over the world, all around the world, are getting or accepting, getting much more comfortable in living in. I would say that is one way of stepping back from understanding, like a helicopter view. So, for example, the optimal prices, and the trust or the negotiations between strangers, that happens via digital communication and using these platforms, obviously, where the internet provides the base. I would say that's digital economy.
Thank you. Mr. Madhu, as the CEO of one of the biggest IT company, what is your perspective?
Yeah, so I think the two professors shared what is it, and I'd like to spend a bit of time probably talking where it's going, right? In terms of, where do we see the future, at least in the next maybe 5-10 years, right? I think if you really look at what has been happening over the last maybe 20, 30 years, we've seen tremendous growth, right? It's what's called an exponential curve, right? Exponential curve comes like this and then turn into, go to the exponential power, right? So I think we are really at that turning point of this whole digital economy or digitalization, whatever we call it, all the technology-driven transformation that's going on. And I think it's that turning point is what's making it very, very interesting right now, right? If you think about the rate of change that's happening, a great example is if you just look at Moore's law, right? Moore's law has been, every 24 to 18 months, number of transistors you can put on a chip doubles, right? For the last 30 plus years, this was working like clockwork, right? Without fail, Moore's law has been working, right? So what that does is it creates if you keep doubling every say 18 months, at certain point, the doubling accelerates at an exponent rate, right? And to give you an example, there's a great story about, just to illustrate the rate of growth, right? And there was the guy who invented the chess game, the Indian inventor. He took this game to the emperor and said, hey, look at this beautiful game that we have invented. And emperor was highly impressed and said, it's a great invention. You let me know whatever you want. I'll grant you whatever your wish is. So the inventor said, I'm a humble person. I don't need a lot. Just give me some rice to feed my family. And just to illustrate the point, how much rice you want, I need, just give me 1 grain of rice in the first, if you look at the chessboard, 8 by 8, 64 squares. So put 1 grain of rice on the first square. And when you go to the second square, just double it. Put me 2. If you go to the third one, just give me 4 grains of rice. And fourth one, 8 and 80, and so forth, right? So King said, that's great. That's not a big ask. And they went away. And, weeks went by and nothing had happened. So King's asking, what's going on? Why are you not given this great inventor his price? He was asking for simple bunch of rice. Then his men came and tell the emperor, if you just keep doubling the rice on the chessboard to be able to give what he's asking to cover the whole chessboard, it will require rice pile as big as the Mount Everest, right? And we don't have the entire kingdom doesn't have that amount of rice. And obviously, king got very angry, brought him in and behead the inventor immediately for tricking him. Now, the moral, that's not the moral of the story, but just to explain, up until the half the chessboard, right? In the first half of the chessboard, adding to doubling, it's not a big deal, right? When you come to maybe at the half of chessboard, it's about, maybe 1 field of rice. But after the half, it becomes exponential, right? You're really adding big, large numbers, doubling. So I think we are really at that point, right? That's why when you really, in the growth of this digital economy, if you look at what we think as science fiction maybe 5 years ago, right? Things like going to space, autonomous cars, drones, the AI, what AI could do, all that stuff 5 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, we would think it's science fiction, right? Today, it's happening at science fiction has become real. And not only that, it's becoming real on a more of a platform, right? Everybody's building on top of what others have done, right? So if you look at AI, you're using the algorithms, you're using the mechanics that people have done, right? So that's how this whole exponential curve is working, right? So it's very difficult for us to comprehend that rate of change after the second half of chessboard, right? So we are really at that point of turning the curve. So you will see some tremendous growth when based on this whole advancement of technology, quantum computers and things like that comes in the next, our lifetime. You will see this whole space dramatically change. So if you ask where the future is, where it's heading, I think we haven't seen anything yet. Right? It's just the tip of the iceberg, and we will see the second half of chessboard, which is going to be very, very exciting.
Competing, wouldn't it be one of the key drivers that will damage that will further exponentially grow these disruptions to the IT industry?
Sorry, I didn't catch the first part, Subha. Can you repeat that?
The quantum computing.
Yeah.
Will be the main disruptive technology for the next few years.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be one of the main disruptive technologies for sure. I mean, it's very difficult to say. Predicting future in this space is almost near impossible, right? And you never know. Two guys in a garage might be working on something that none of us haven't even dreamt of, and will be out tomorrow. That completely change the paradigms that we've been working on, right? So that's the nature of this space.
Thank you. So, Professor Damin, as Mr. Madhuratnayaka well stated that this disruption is very massive and unpredictable. If somebody wants to survive in this disruption, in this digital transformation, what kind of disruptive techniques and the key drivers that person as an enterprise should listen to?
I would say people say as a person, if you take an individual, I think you'll have to go with the tide because I don't think as an individual, unless it's those two people Madhu mentioned in the garage who will create the tide, that we will all sort of be dragged along with. But if you look at so what are the key drivers? Of course, and definitely the technological advancements that has been happening for a number of decades, but as Madhu said, we have reached that midpoint now, and that's where the curve sort of really starts going exponential. So we are at that stage. So look, exciting times. Times of change is always exciting. So hopefully we'll have a good ride. So things, obviously the internet, which has been around for a while, but look at what the internet is giving us or making us do, or may give you the possibilities that come up now. So again, to Madhu's point of we are in the middle, and of course the cloud and so on. And quantum computing is one, but there is other things which something called neuromorphic computing, perhaps some of you. So it's brain-like computing. So there are neuromorphic chips, brain-like computer chips that are currently, there's an IBM version, there is an Intel version, which mostly at research level. But you know what happens? It's very quickly now will come out, and that'll we still don't know. I'm lucky enough to have a research project going with the Intel chip called Loihi, and amazing. Even sometimes I feel I don't know whether I can call it scared, but so excited because I don't know what's going to come out of that. So technological advancement is a really the thing that drives this, but also the adoption. So as I mentioned before as well, we and even the younger generation much more, they just somehow take this on. It's like they say fish to water. It's now, for example, my children. Although I'm supposed to be a computer scientist, been dealing with computers for decades, but my son sort of can sort of grasp things much faster. So how does that happen? I don't know, and this is something and we know that we socialize and so on. So from of course the Amazons, the Airbnb, the Uber, and so on, which we don't even think, but just use it. We are so comfortable with these. But then healthcare, social media, amazing. What do you do? Social media is not just socialization, used from politics to and so on. And then of course we are seeing the negative, the side of that, misinformation, and it's a huge problem. Not just the fake news, but there's where we can change the person's image, the videos, and so on, and make the others believe that there is this person is saying these things, or acting in a strange way, and so on. So our trust of systems, politicians, leaders are become eroded and lost. So there can be the negative side. There can be huge negative impacts that can be made in society without with atomic bombs and so on. So there's a technological advancement, adoption of the technology by human beings, and of course when we adopt, what happens is that data is created. So digital representation of everything that we do become available. So there's the digital versions from our not only our behaviors and opinions, even emotions are captured. So we do in my research lab a lot of work on capturing emotions from, of course, social media, because in social media we sort of are much more open than a more formal sort of way of communication. Because of that, there's a lot more about us that we reveal to a digital forum, which can, with the right technology, be derived or transformed and modeled. So then, because almost everything about us and our behaviors to our emotions and opinions are digitally available, artificial intelligence, I would say, is the next. Of course, I'm biased, but AI is making a huge impact here because of all this. But then all these are interconnected. Artificial intelligence requires the technological advancements, requires that humans are using these and have adopted these. And because of that, about everything about us is available in digital form, and AI comes in. And be able, so what is AI really? Perhaps it's a type of, you can think of it as a type of automation, so that machines can do things much more independently by themselves, much more without a less and less human intervention. So I would say these are the main drivers of this economy. So of course, there's a bad, just like everything else. There's the lots of benefit, lots of good things, but then there's the other side as well.
Thank you, President Amin. Mr. Madhu, as the business professional, I have a question for you. Now this quantum computing, artificial intelligence, digital transformation and adaptations, and the exponential growth of this digital disruption. So what strategies these small and medium companies should looking into if they want to survive in this transformation?
Yeah, no, great question. I think it's this whole enterprise as large companies and small and medium definition itself. I think we should really look at it, right? Revisit. Small doesn't mean that you are less capable, right? It's really, I would say, it's if you are trying to bucket companies, you will have legacy companies and next generation companies, right? I think the legacy companies will obviously, whether it's a small or medium or enterprise level, they'll have a tough time if they don't transition. But then the next generation companies who are born digital and really understand this whole digital changes very well will transition in. So it doesn't really matter whether you have a 2-person or 2,000-person company. What matters is, do you have the right DNA, the right approach, right leadership, attract right talent to be able to really take advantage of what's going on. And quite honestly, the no longer size doesn't matter. It's about how fast you can move, how well you can attract talent to do some of those transformations ahead of us. So I think speed is a lot more important in the exponential curve than anything else, right? And in fact, size might be a disadvantage than an advantage.
So when it comes to these whether they are size, they could be small or large, but the fuel that can invest on these disruptions, how much energy they can put on this to survive these disruptions, what is most important, and that is taking the leadership and correct decisions. So if I suggest one of these strategies could be looking into the research and innovations, because you don't have any clue of what is going to be happen. But obviously, if you take a particular business segments, there might be use cases where it is emerging these days. So that will be a good point for these enterprises to looking for the research and development and innovations. So what kind of research and innovations they should looking into? If you can take these by taking some examples from different business segments like the health industry and the finance industry and even the IT industry.
Okay, so yeah, that's a great point. And I would take this probably more broadly, if you don't mind. And there was a great book I read called Machine, Platform, and Crowd. The two professors from MIT, Andrew McAfee and Eric Brynolfsson, I think it's the two gentlemen who wrote the book. And they talk about three rebalances, right, that's happening. And I'll explain the three. And that really kind of outlines what companies needs to do and how companies, take advantage of the digital transformation. Firstly, mind and machine rebalance. Right? That's number one. Number two is product to platform rebalance. The third one is called the core to crowd. And if I explain the three, first one is about, if you take mind and machine, and really it's about not saying mind is better than machine or vice versa. It's about, what work that you give it to machine, what work that you give it to mind, right? Because in certain areas, machines are now surpass human ability to solve some of the problems. I think we have two professors who can talk through this very well. If you take AI, things like vision, right? It's completely surpass human ability to do that. And even many areas of language recognition, there are so many areas that the machine certainly surpass human ability in that specific thing. I'm not talking about the general intelligence, but there are very specific areas that machines surpass, right? So on a next generation company, you have to figure out what is the balance. What is the work that you want humans to do? What is the work that you want to get the machines to do, right? That's one drive. Second one is the product to platform shift, right? Maybe if you look at traditional companies will build a product and try to sell that product, and you have companies like Airbnb, Ubers of this world, which are called the platform companies, right? How do you really drive economies of scale, drive new way of business by way of platform, right? So in your business, what part of business can be turned into a platform, right? So that's the kind of second big driver, thinking about your business, not only from a product perspective and a platform perspective, right? So every business can be thought of as a platform business, right? And you have to really think about how to drive that, right? Think about education, right? In the universities, the platform version of that is companies like Udemy, and who are bringing the supplier and the student, and they enable them through a platform, right? And they are in education, but don't have professors, right? They have everybody crowdsourced. So that's kind of the platform model. And I think you have to really think about where in your business you can apply platform. The third one is core to crowd, right? Core is having your full-time, your core teams that you have in the company. Crowd is obviously how do you crowdsource things, right? You've seen in many instances that the crowd is a lot more intelligent than the best expert that you can get in your company, right? So that's the other shift. At what point or at what processes, what areas of your business is better crowdsourced than trying to look for individual experts, right? So that's a third rebalance. Looking at how do you bring balance between core to crowd. So these are the ways that businesses has to think about if you're transitioning into digital first company or getting into take advantage of the digital patterns. I thought that was very well explained by these two MIT professors. I love that definition: mind to machine, platform, product to platform, and crowd to core to crowd, and finding that right balance and redefining your business as a next generation business, right? I think that's the kind of task ahead for a lot of the leadership teams to really take advantage of the exponential growth that we see in front of us.
Thank you very much. It's really good insights. So, Professor Gihandas, are you with us?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. Now, as Mr. Madhu said, that whether it is the machines or the humans, or whether it's the product or the platform or the core or the crowd, we know that research is not that easy. That is, it takes a lot of cost and it is really costly. From academic point of view, as the senior professor and also the vice president of FITIS, what strategies you suggest for these companies if they want to decide whether it is the machines or humans, whether they should product or platform, basically?
Right. So I think my view is there is a lot of research which is needed, but for small and medium companies, they cannot do it on their own. So one of the things we need to identify is, okay, as Sri Lanka, as a country, what do we need for our companies? Of course, we can also look at other countries, because what we need for our companies is likely to be quite similar to what other countries have implemented for their companies. And how can we make this available to our companies? And when I say companies, it needn't even be a company. It can be even a very small person. For example, let's say I need a plumber. Maybe I have a tap which is leaking in my house, and I wanted a plumber to come and fix it. Now, if I'm an average person, I really might not know a reliable plumber. And I will maybe ask my friends and they will recommend somebody, but that person may be far away and then it might not work. And he might say, I'm busy and I can't come today. So I have a requirement to get my step fixed. Then the plumbers want customers, and they are sitting and trying to figure out, okay, how do I do that? I mean, they cannot run a big marketing campaign on TV, Facebook and everything, say I'm a plumber and, come and get me. So what we need are innovations like startups or even big companies, doesn't matter, who will provide these platforms in Sri Lanka and connect people. So, I mean, Madhu mentioned about Airbnb. It's been extremely successful in connecting people who have rooms for let. They need not be big hotels, and people who want to go somewhere maybe don't want to spend the same amount that a big hotel would charge. And then if you take PickMe, it connects people who want to travel from here to there and people who have a vehicle and are willing to take people from here to there. So now those are just two examples which have been very successful, travel and then also the actual physical travel as well as accommodation. Now, what else? I think if we just open our minds, there's a lot of possibilities which are available for innovation as well as for R&D, because R&D doesn't necessarily mean you're going to come up with something fancy, some new mathematical algorithm or something like that. That's not necessarily true. It's often using, I mean, AI, which is an expert on, already has plenty of stuff we can use. I don't think we really need to come up with completely new techniques. We need to use the techniques we have to intelligently connect people who want a service and people who can provide the service. So I think that's what we should do. We should figure out what is the need and then try to fulfill that need.
So as a senior professor from the academia, what do you think the education sector can help with this journey with the small and medium enterprises?
Right. I think one of the major things we can do is create a lot of awareness. Today, the average small industry, in the small business and even large businesses, there are plenty of large businesses which have thousands of employees, turnover in the billions and so on, who are happy to do what they did 20 or 30 years ago. Maybe they have some small accounting system, inventory control system, and they're very happy with that. If you ask, do you have any digital things? Are you looking for our customers digitally? They will be very surprised and wonder what the hell we are talking about. So we need to create the awareness among SMEs, larger companies, whoever, what this digital economy can do. And we have good success stories. We have good success stories both locally and internationally, but show other people that they can use the same technologies to improve their business. And also for consumers, most people in Sri Lanka are very scared to pay online, especially they hate putting credit card numbers online. They feel that somebody will steal it. And one problem there is we don't have legislation in other countries. For example, USA, there is a maximum of $50 that you can lose if you are encounter some kind of online fraud. The bank will have to bear the rest. In Sri Lanka, there's nothing like that. And then what will happen is if you put a credit card number somewhere and something goes wrong, you might be liable to pay for the entire thing. So we need legal safeguards. We need procedural safeguards to safeguard people and also we need to convince people. We need to convince people that their money is safe and it won't suddenly disappear.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the Professor Daminda and Mr. Madhu, there was a discussions between the industry needs in terms of innovation and strategies, and also we know it is really costly, and also we need to bring this awareness of using the existing technologies and intelligent programs, for an example, so they can further smooth and efficient their already existing systems. However, when it comes to the education sector, especially the higher education sector, there are a lot of academic research being going on, but it is very unlikely many of these academic research a significant role in these innovation strategies or their research strategies in these industry sectors. Would you mind of elaborating what could be such reason for us so that everybody can understand where is the problem is?
Thanks. Madhu, how about, let's see how we can go, go about how, if I sort of, because I have not, I know what's happening in the academia and that the government has recognized the need, the importance of these, and what changes that it's happening in academia to encourage such things. And if I guess I can, then Madhu can say that as a leader in the industry leader, especially in a technology company, whether this kind of approaches can be of value or will be of value even to the Sri Lankan industries. For example, something that's happening is that to encourage academics to start thinking about industry research. Has Madhu dropped off?
Yeah, he has, but
yeah, I can. So, for example, in Australia, there are different types of research grant programs, initiatives. So, academic, especially a senior academic, is supposed to find opportunities, apply for grants, and bring in money, funding into the university. So, there was these different categories of grants. The most prestigious is the Australian Research Council or National Health and Medical Research Council type of grants, which are called category 1, 2 different types. And the industry money, if you go out to industry, convince a company to give you money to do research, that's called category 4. In the past, it wasn't as not just the prestige, but you didn't get so many points if you bring in industry money compared to these prestigious grants. But that has been scrapped. Now, it's the dollar value that matters. The industry money is considered, counted as equal in terms of the credit that you get, in terms of importance to your academic performance. So that has encouraged. So there are many academics who can go and really say, this is I have done this research, it has application value, give us money, and that is happening. Other thing is the type of programs, type of research, the initiatives and grant schemes. So for the government has industry innovation grants. Madhu, what I'm trying to say, from Australian side, because I'm not so much familiar with the Sri Lanka, some academic initiatives that the government and the universities have set up to encourage industry engagement much more, especially in the digital, artificial intelligence, analytics, the type of research and academic activities. And I guess if you can give your sort of opinion as to whether these initiatives would be of value, or will it encourage industry to think of collaborating with the academia as well. So one is, of course, but so there's industry innovation grant. This is more for small SMEs, small and medium companies, where if the industry puts in, say, half, so for it's $100,000 is generally the maximum. It's a small grant scheme, but industry puts in cash 50,000. The government provides balance 50,000 for, but there has to be an academic partner. It has to be working with an academic partner where the researchers, the academics develop a solution. It could be a product or service, a process for industry. So even out of the 50,000 that the industry gets, there is they get tax benefits as well. So there is one. And there are industry PhD schemes where the industry can sponsor PhD scholarships, where the problem comes directly from industry and the researchers, the professors, the academics, as well as the technology, the high performance computing, and so on from the university can be utilized by again solving a business problem. So that PhD student is like an employee in the company and paid by the company. One more example is that some the way that we have now, there is a lot of demand from industry for training for example, artificial intelligence and automation and so on, where we run these training programs for a number of companies. For example, Optus is the biggest private telco in Australia. And we are training their staff, reskilling, upskilling in artificial intelligence, automation, advanced data analytics skills. And these are 6-week short course programs with a certification. So there are a number of initiatives where the government and the universities are pushing for or encouraging. And it deploys value as well for both parties. I mean, in Sri Lanka, are these things possible, or will that be valued to industry or interest industry?
Right. Can you hear me? I had a bit of a...
Yes, you are just...
got frozen.
On sideways, but I'm sure that...
okay. Something, yeah. Okay, got it. When a call comes in, the whole thing freezes on the phone. So, yeah, I think if you really look at the past few years, the industry research that has been changing. Maybe if you go back to 5-6 years, I didn't think there was a lot going on. There were a few companies, but it's driven by two things. One is the kind of space that the companies are getting into in a more exploratory space, especially in Sri Lanka, compared to the standard kind of automation kind of work to more now innovative ways. And the second is the technologies like artificial intelligence and blockchain and so forth, also creating a lot more opportunities to create business models and business opportunities and apply technology in very different ways. So I think it's from that perspective, a lot more companies are now more geared and more have the interest in doing that kind of work and research with the universities. I mean, one side, I think you have to have a level of industry maturity also to be able to engage in research as well, right? If you're the kind of problem you're solving is not at that level that the university professors and the research teams are working on, then however much collaboration we force, nothing will happen. So I think that the maturity is coming up, and especially driven by things like AI, blockchain, and people are, I think, a lot more ready for these type of collaborations and opportunities to kind of invest and do co-invest and things like that. I think it will get better for sure. It certainly has gotten better in the last 5 years. And
sorry, just quick addition to that is that I fully agree that it's just that academics, very bright, brilliant people, but it's just that they have not spent so much time in, especially in the most academics in industry. So the way that you look at a problem or a piece of research is different. So there is this gap. So in my case, what I'm lucky enough, I've been in industry for than 10 years, both IT and finance and so on, Sri Lanka and in Europe as well. But what I do, I've been lucky enough with my Sri Lankan connections with the University of Moratuwa, is that I have about 10 PhD students who not only have graduated with very high sort of academic from Moratuwa, but spent in some cases 6-7 years in Sri Lankan industry. So, for example, WSO2, the 99X, and so on, there have been tech leads from these companies coming in for their PhDs. Now that makes a huge difference. So, and you go out, and in some cases we put their resumes first of all, we send the company and say, this is our team. And that makes it. So we have a tech architect. In fact, I'm just going to get architect from, I can tell the company because now he's already signed, 99X. So 14 years of experience at 99X after his first class honors at Moratuwa. Now, this kind of man coming to do a PhD and a research fellowship in the lab, that makes a difference. So that I can boldly go out and tell an industry, okay, what's your problem? I can give a good shot at solving this because I have this this group of brilliant and experienced people. So that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think having people who had kind of experience in both worlds makes a big difference in bridging that industry academia.
Yeah. That has to be done, and it's an exciting field. And then other thing is that the industry is hiring PhDs. In fact, it would be very difficult to keep any of these people in the university after their PhDs. All of my PhD students they sort of are grabbed. There's one case. Even there's this very big casino, Crown Casino in Melbourne. I mean, I won't give the name, but perhaps some of you know. Top brilliant first class honors from Moratuwa, PhD again top one. I managed to convince him to start an academic position with me, and within 6 months the guy comes and says, "I have a very good offer." From where? Crown Casino. so that's when the casinos hire this kind of people, and so that. Be very careful about trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially, I'm sure that's around data science and probably that area.
Right? Yes, that's right.
So, I mean, the opportunities to do that is huge, right? And I think especially AI and data science, I would say, is really ripe for that collaboration because there's a lot of awareness in the industry, and I think AI has come of age, become a lot more practical. Applied AI is huge. So there are maybe verticals like that which are probably very ripe for a lot more collaboration, and I think it's happening, right? And some of these stuff, when the environment is ready, when the organizers are ready, it happens. They won't wait for somebody to come and say, "Hey, go and collaborate." Right? They will be looking for collaborations.
Yeah, I think something that I do when I'm talking to industry to convince them is that say that we have the luxury of time to actually read the latest research papers and so on, because the latest research, for example, vision research, for example, and many others, there is cutting edge research happening, and companies like Google and so on, they publish in the top conferences. And so in a company, I'm sure, Madhu, there's so much time that you can spend on reading that you won't be able to read hundreds of research papers, trying to grasp these and so on, and trial things. You can do trial and error and so on. So that's a value that academia or academics or research labs in the university can provide a company. So working together, so there is value. So if we can convince a company, there's value in working with these people, then.
Absolutely. I also hope that the whole work from home, remote work paradigm that accelerated by pandemic will also enable people to do a lot more work, right? I mean, if you look at the whole gig work paradigm which is happening, more and more people are doing gigs and not necessarily full-time on board in the companies. That employment model is changing, right? So that lends very well to maybe somebody is in a university wants to take 2 days a week and work in a company and the 3 days a week do research. That model is, I think, a lot more now. People will be a lot more ready for it, right? In the past, they may not be.
Yeah, I think that's what I have to say. That, and University of Moratuwa obviously is somewhere. What I've seen and the little time that I've spent there, it's a lot easier for University of Moratuwa academic because of the prestige of the university. Industry comes to the university and line up. I've met so many. Leading, especially the tech industry leaders at Moratuwa. While we find it a lot harder, we have to sort of go, chase them up a bit. But so the prestige of the university that matters a lot, and that makes it easier in Sri Lanka.
Professor Daminda, with that, I would like to raise the next question to the Professor Gihandas, that it's highlighted the fact that in Sri Lanka, the industry is looking collaboration with the University of Moratuwa, in general with the higher education sector. So, Professor Gihandas, has the Senior Professor, how do you see that higher education or the academic research can be the fuel to make these innovations and research at a lower cost for these industries?
Right. Thank you, Shubha. So I believe that it's not just the education sector, but as Daminda also said, we do tend to spend more time looking at the broad perspective, right? In fact, I believe that's a major thing we do when we train students, is not to just, as soon as there's a problem, to come up with a solution instantly based on whatever they know, but to spend a day, 2 a week, whatever, trying to understand what is the problem and what other people have done, and then come up with a solution. That's the difference between industry and academia. And some people in the industry sort of laugh at us, saying, oh, you give them a problem and they take 2 weeks to just, or 2 months or 2 years to just look at it. But I do believe that the people who know what we really do understand that and know that it is a better product. Right. Now, if you especially look at the small sector, they are not in a position to figure out things themselves. I mean, they said even large companies cannot do that, but it's even worse for small companies. They are not in a position to figure out anything for themselves. So I think what we need to do is be proactive, right? We should not wait for a company to come and say, here is a problem, do you have a solution? I think we should go out and look for gaps, look for things which are needs which are currently not being met, and then figure out, okay, how do we do this? Can we come up with a solution? Can we partner with a startup, partner with a large company, and then we do the research part, and then they may do the development part or whatever it is, and can we come up with a solution to a real problem, which obviously should make economic sense. We don't want to say, oh, we are solving a problem. And to me, there are some people who say, oh, I have a technology and I'm looking around for a problem to solve with my technology. So first they have come up with their technology and then they are looking for a problem. That is, I would believe, not the correct thing. You have to always look for the problem first, and then look around, find the correct technology. And then even the most important thing is not say, here's the technology, but to show people, make it easy for them, develop the software, develop the systems, develop the payment gateways, all those things, the pain points, right? Some of our entrepreneurs will tell you that sometimes their biggest problem was actually to get their payment gateways properly working, right? And get regulatory approvals and all the things that they need to do whatever they're doing. And tax would be another issue. Now, for example, PICME is always complaining about unequal tax. For example, they get tax, whereas their competitor does not, because they are not having a presence in Sri Lanka. So we need to look at some of those. So those are not necessarily education things, but those are the actual pain points, and figure out how people can solve them. And my belief is that as academics, we together with industry should get together and come up with solutions. Not just do some research and publish a paper, which is fine, but we should have a solution which we can develop and industry can help to implement. And then we should go to the customers and say, here we have a solution and this is how we use it. And we need to create a lot of awareness how to do all these things.
Okay, Professor Gihandayas, with that, I think the time allocated for us is over. I would like to thank all my distinguished panelists for their expertise and staying with us this evening. And thank for the audience with us also. And that will close up and conclude the session. Thank you very much. The organization committee is over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Subha. Thanks, Madhu. Thanks, Gihan. And thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subha. The digital economy, of course, the modern day, everything has become digitalized, if I can call that. Of course, we had, a number of interesting points raised by our panelists, how the industry can work with academia to solve certain problems, and the key drivers of this digitalization and how this is growing exponentially. It's all very interesting. I'm sure the attendees found it very enjoyable and engaging, and it's quite exciting when you think about it for the future as well. With that, we come to the end of this particular panel discussion. Now, once again, we go for a message from our sponsors, and I will come back with the fourth and final panel discussion for the day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last session for the day. The next session will be themed Policy Establishment Towards Sustainable Economic Growth Through Research and Development. And our moderator for this session will be Senior Professor Malik Ranasinghe, who is also one of our former Vice Chancellors. I hand over to Professor Ranasinghe to commence the session and introduce the panel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can I start, Manora? Can I start? Yeah. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the final session of the Global Research Forum. Okay.
Apologies, Professor. Now you can start.
Right. Good evening and welcome to the final session of the Global Research Forum organized by the Faculty of Graduate Studies at the University of Moratuwa. As mentioned by Dr. Mandavela, this session is titled Policy Establishment Towards Sustainable Economic Growth Through Research and Development. So what we have done is we have had three very important sessions that have concluded. And once the findings of those are presented to us, we would like these three eminent panelists to come in and help us to look at how we could achieve these objectives. Let me, without wasting time, introduce the three panelists I have this evening. First is Vidya Jyoti, Dr. Bandula Vijay. Dr. Vijay is an expert in innovative cardiovascular and is an American inventor, businessman, and a diplomat. He is the honorary professor in clinical medicine at the KDU and an ambassador for science and technology and innovation to Sri Lanka. He is currently the president of LeoMed LLC, a medical device company. Dr. Vijay was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by the President of Sri Lanka in 2016, Vidya Jyoti Award in 2017, and other than a Sri Lanka Global Inventor of the Year in 2018. The second panelist we have is Dr. Hans Jesuriya. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer, Telecommunication Business, and Group Executive Vice President of Axiata, Asia's second largest telecommunication group. He was the Group Chief Executive Officer of Dialog Axiata PLC in Sri Lanka up to 2016. Dr. Vijay Surya is the immediate past chair of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, and he has served on the founding board of directors of ICTA and Slintech. He is also the past chair of R.C. Clarke Institute for Modern Technologies. In 2008, Dr. Vijay Surya was named the Sri Lankan of the Year by Sri Lanka's premier business journal LMD, and in 2016, he was honored by the global mobile industry body the GSM Association as its first recipient of the outstanding contribution to the Asian
Apologies, I believe we have a small technical issue. I believe Professor Malik is back. I will hand.
Moratuwa was the managing director and partner at Boston Consulting Group with experience in Indo-Pacific, the EU and the US. Prior to that, Mr. Moratuwa worked with Unilever Sri Lanka and at Millennium IT. Right. Now, with the three eminent speakers helping us, or panelists helping us, before we start, I will invite Dr. Moratuwa to present the findings very briefly of the three sessions that we have completed, so that we get a chance to lead into discussion after that. Dr. Moratuwa is a senior lecturer attached to the Faculty of Business at University of Moratuwa.
Thank you very much, Professor. Well, we had three very interesting discussions from today from 2 o'clock onwards. The first discussion was focusing on agriculture, food processing and manufacturing. Over there, we looked at basically the transformation which is needed in the agriculture sector. Particularly given that Sri Lanka is an agricultural country traditionally, how agriculture has declined over time. And the number of people employed as well, the contribution to GDP has declined over time was discussed. How we can change this in terms and improve our position in terms of the sustainable development goals, particularly Goal 2 as well as Goal 9, how we can go towards that, move towards that was discussed at length. Furthermore, the importance of technology transfer was discussed, particularly in the area of agriculture, food processing and manufacturing. An example was given in the area of food processing in the example of walls, ice creams, etc. Furthermore, product and process improvements were discussed at length, particularly the areas that were discussed include waste management, as well as a number of other ideas such as bioenergy and things like that, which came out of the conversations that we had. Overall, there was a lot of focus on multidisciplinary research, which is needed in these areas to actually inform policymaking to ensure that the agriculture sector will be a productive and a thriving one in the future. And that was mainly discussed over there. And in fact, it was also stated that the importance of linking agriculture with manufacturing in terms of research and how both of them should go together, and research should happen in that sense as well. And a new initiative called Farmer was proposed by one of the panelists over there. Secondly, energy infrastructure and cities and transportation was the title of the second panel discussion. Over there, the idea of sustainability was discussed at length, particularly the overall broad view of sustainable cities when it comes to our sustainable development agenda in 2030 UN agenda, etc., were focused on over there. However, the idea that I think we got out of it mainly was that research in silos happen a lot in terms of academic research in some cases, and it is more important to do research in terms of sustainable development, linking all these different areas. So that was discussed at length by the panel over there. Another focus on the discussion was this renewable energy agenda of the government, which is to achieve a 70% renewable energy of the overall capacity by 2050. There was a lot of discussion surrounding that, the possibilities of that, the advantages of that, the disadvantages of that, etc., were discussed. However, the requirement in terms of environmental requirements and the climate change issues were discussed over there as well. Furthermore, the construction sector was represented, and the construction sector, the panelists representing the construction sector mentioned that there's a dire need for research in the area to improve certain aspects such as cost escalations and things like that, to give you a little bit of idea. And furthermore, the dissemination of research in an understandable manner to the industry and the society by academics were focused on as well. Then thirdly, we had a very insightful discussion on the digital economy and R&D. Over there, a number of different ideas were focused on. Particularly this idea of a digital good and a digital service were discussed and explained quite well. Furthermore, growth of the digital economy, we discussed how we are at a turning point in this exponential growth, and due to new concepts such as quantum computing, neuroformic computing, as well as artificial intelligence, these sectors will grow further in the future, and how Sri Lanka should adopt some of these things and how we can survive in the digital economy were discussed at length over there as well. Furthermore, the importance of this for the SME sector, the small, medium and enterprises sector were discussed, and it was discussed that in fact these firms can actually adopt quite well, even though they're small, sometimes even better than the bigger firms. Furthermore, education, how education should evolve in the digital era was discussed, and the awareness of digital skills were emphasized by a number of the panelists over there as well. A lot of discussion happened of how the industry has to link with academia in order to improve and solve certain problems that the industry has, and how the government has to play a role in their policy making in bringing these two sectors together also were discussed, I guess, in all three panel discussions. Basically, that is the basic idea in a nutshell, Professor. I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Anura. Now let's start. What we'll do is I'll give 5 minutes each to the three panelists to say a few initial remarks, after which I will go into some questions that will help us to try and bring the whole thing together. Can I start with Dr. Bandula Vijay to give his initial remarks? Of course, he's such a versatile person that even though I'm asking him to look at agriculture, food processing and manufacturing, I'm sure he is capable of helping us there. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Professor Malik. Thank you for having me for this forum. Last so many years, I have been quite involved in the area of science and technology, how to develop science and technology in Sri Lanka. So what I learned over these years is, and also based on my experience in the United States is, and I believe in multiple speeches I have given in Sri Lanka, and I have said this many times, is I am now aware of the situation the country is today because of the pandemic, but also the country was in the last 15, 20 years, irrespective of the pandemic, is that are we doing the right thing? So my advice is something like, there's a lot to be learned from the United States. I don't mean everything. We don't do everything right. There are a lot of things we do not do right, of course, but there are a lot of things we do right here in the United States. So in that sense, what you all know that the way we live today, from the way we were children so many 30, 40, 50 years ago, is that life has changed mainly because of the things that happen in the United States, and particularly in 3 or 4 states, in California, in upstate, in Boston area, and here in Texas. So that what was done here changed the way we live. In fact, the way you and I are talking is something that originated here. And you can think of just about anything in the life that has changed in medicine, in communications, in everything. It happened here. And earlier, one of the speakers said something that you do in the garage, and that is totally true. Everything starts in a garage in the United States. So I think there's a lot of things that we can learn from that. So what my advice is we should focus, and I know this is kind of out of line in normal thinking, is to focus to develop disruptive technologies, not just to be a country that serves job centers and number crunching or doing software programming. Instead of doing that, but just to develop disruptive technologies. And can it be done? Yes, it can be done, because Sri Lankans who live in the United States are in positions doing the very same thing. So I know it can be done. Now, what I'm saying is applicable not only for agriculture and food technology, but for everything. It's because unless we do disruptive technologies, it is very hard for us to sell our labor time to be competitive in the world. Our labor is very expensive, as I know for sure, because I'm working with some people in Pakistan and China, and some people in Ukraine, and Sri Lanka labor is the most expensive of all these countries. So with this expensive labor, we have to develop and sell expensive products, not just where you can charge on labor rates, like garments and things like that. I'm not saying it should not be done, but I think we should focus and try to start on new disruptive technologies that has not been done anywhere in the world. That means you have to come up with a new thing that doesn't exist in the world. So that should be the focus. So there are certain things that we need in order to achieve, in order to come to that platform. First thing I would recommend is collaboration. One of the things that I see quite lacking in the country is collaboration. We engineers do not talk with the doctors. Doctors are not talking with us. We are not talking with the farmers. We are not in the farms talking in the people in agriculture. We are not working with the social science people. So we have to get into a situation where we are talking to each other. People of different disciplines are talking to each other. That I think is one of the biggest issues that we need to address, being able to collaborate. And I know, as my position as the ambassador for science and technology, I have visited Sri Lanka, and I see there is very little or no collaboration between even the universities. So there was a time that, the time of dengue, when I brought a delegation from the United States, I found there was not enough collaboration, even among universities. I think the university should focus on serving the needs of the country. So what is the country needs? And there has to be a connection made between what the country needs and what the universities can provide. And in doing so, one of the most important words that I want to discuss today is the word what. What is it that we have to do today that will make a change in our country? This word what is very important, because in the world, there are the why, the what, and how people. So the why people were the greatest scientists in the past. They were curious, they developed, they found the answers for why. Why did this thing happen? Such as Newton figured out when the apple fell, why did it fall? And how people are the people who, we do everything, the engineers, the doctors, the lawyers, we know how to do something. But the people who change the way we live today are the people who realize what to do. Look at simple things like Amazon. You know about Amazon. What to do? He figured out what is it that he has to do to build a global company. Figure out Facebook. It's people figure out what is it that they have to do to change the way we live. So it is the focusing on what is it that we have to do today to bring the country forward And we can stand out as a leader in technology, like Israel, like South Korea, like even Taiwan. We can be, I mean, I mentioned these countries because these are small countries. We can be a leader if we focus on what is it that we have to do and hit a home run, or if you talk in cricket, hit a sixer, so that we become a country that is known for developing technology. If you meet somebody in the elevator in the United States, people think this IT. Now, this just a few days ago, a 37-year-old Indian IIT graduate became the CEO of Twitter. Now, what is it that we have to do to acquire and come to that level? When I am in an elevator, somebody will look at me and say, oh, you're from Sri Lanka, and you guys developed this. So this is what we need to get at. And that comes from these various things about education, collaboration, and figuring out what is it that we have to do. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Doctor. Let me now turn to Dr. Hans Vijaysurya for his thoughts, focusing a little bit on the digital economy that was discussed.
Thank you, Professor Malik. Good evening to everyone. Honor and privilege to be on this panel amongst such a eminent set of colleagues. I'll try to share some thoughts on the perspective of a digital economy, with the focus on R&D and the role of R&D within this very expansive topic. I think there are many, many definitions of digital economy in itself. But just to put some shape, I scribbled down a thought I had. And that is that broadly, there are two perspectives of the digital economy in the context of what we are talking about today. One is economy in the digital age. And this would relate to the role of R&D, role of innovation in the economy in a digital age. And when we talk of economy in a digital age, we are talking about surviving, winning. We are talking about competitive advantage versus competing nations, and how R&D can be deployed to survive and or win as an economy in the digital age. So that is one angle or view angle on the digital economy. The second view angle is R&D to support or accelerate the digitalization of the economy. Now, these two are very closely linked, but not necessarily the same. So let me just move on with the first of these, which is the fundamentals of an economy and the role of R&D in the digital age. And I think this is very relevant to Sri Lanka because as an emerging nation in economic terms, we are called an emerging market, we and a developing country, then the runway we have is very short in terms of adjusting our economy for survival or victory within the context and frame of the digital age. The dominant driver here is speed. We call it exponential times. There are various terminology that's used for the speed of change today and the speed of innovation in the world around. And therefore, the runway we have is also very tight to adjust our economic fundamentals to be able to compete in this new world. So some of the sub-dimensions of this related to competitive advantage would be obviously the search for innovation capital, because innovation capital would flow in the direction of those nations who can, as Dr. Vijay very correctly put it, who have a brand and who have established credentials and credibility on the landscape of innovation. And this can be built up through the digital quotient in exports. When I talk of exports very broadly, digital quotient in globally used products and services from the country. focus also on digital and ICT products, which are increasingly dominant in a digital age in terms of consumption. And I think importantly, the concept of traceability, especially in a collaborative world, whether it's in manufacturing or in services or in innovation itself, in the construction of IP of global products, traceability becomes very important. And last but not least, where this all sums up is that I think we should be ambitious enough to position innovation itself as a destination for foreign investment and of course domestic investment as well. But when we talk of FDI, why not think of attracting FDI into R&D, into the R&D facilities? And for this, I think universities as well as corporate innovation needs to be restructured somewhat into commercialized structures, which with sufficiently narrow as well as specialized focus, which can attract global capital into the country. Now, these are realities in the digital economy globally. And if we are to survive, if we are to win, then we have to play and have Sri Lanka also as an innovation destination, where people put money into labs in Sri Lanka, for example. And for that, the structure of how R&D is placed, how it is funded, the returns for those who invest has to be thought through. And I think the universities are in pole position to restructure and have a fairly granular and commercialized and suitable corporate structure to enable this investment. Here, I have a thought that it's actually to Dr. Vijay's description of the USA environment as well. I think I always think of the USA as being so rich in capital for failure, because there's an abundance of capital to fund failure that the successes have also been possible. It's an inverse way of thinking about it. But if capital didn't go into the many failed startups, the many failed experiments, then you would also not have the success. So I think this is something where if we open our investment funnel to the global capital market, whether it's private capital or innovation, I think the resource base for sufficient amount of experimentation, failure, and therefore the birth of unicorns or globally competitive tech companies and tech innovations will be a possibility. I'll move to the second one, which was second dimension to the perspective, which was R&D to support digitization of the economy. I think this is more straightforward. This is one where obviously we have to recognize that the emerging technologies are centered on IR 4.0, and these technologies offer a lot of potential for the digitalization of multiple industry verticals: agriculture, health, tourism, e-government, e-societies, collaboration, etc. And this is where I think the universities can reposition again on a industry vertical orientation, because money and investment from the corporate sector will be segmented by focused interest areas, focused specialization. Corporates will be less and less attuned to putting money into broad topics because everyone is in a crunch and everyone is in a race. So they would look to universities solving, I wouldn't call it top down, but I would say outside in research problems, outside in R&D challenges, and clearly focused on problem and solution. Not solutions looking for problems, but clearly solutions which are aimed at specific problems. And so being specialized as opposed to generalized, I think would help the university system and the R&D ecosystem in the country overall to support the digitalization of industry verticals, service verticals within the economy. Now, if you can do both these things, prepare our economy to compete in a digital world, and at the same time, digitize our economy, I think R&D plays a very significant role in both these dimensions. I'll very quickly, before I close here, also talk a little bit about the IR4 context, because I think in this digital era, there are 3 or 4 what I would call mega trends. And IR4 itself, the technologies within IR4 being one of them. And the second is data. Within, of course, you can think about it within the overall context of IR4. But data in particular is very important to think about, because when we look at the global tech investments going forward, the projection is that a majority of global tech investments, the majority of the growth in global tech investment, meaning the incremental piece. Let's assume that Sri Lanka will find it difficult to fight for the incumbent piece, the global market shares in tech investment. But the incremental piece is majority focused, or going to be majority focused on technologies which are centered on data. Data, therefore AI, therefore computing, etc., which I think we just mentioned, quantum computing, etc. So it's something to think about, and whether there's an opportunity to leapfrog our competitive position, focusing on these areas around, very broadly speaking, data. The other mega trend which plays in our favor is the dominance of, or the increasing importance of ecosystems and globalization. In tomorrow's world, size is not necessarily a handicap. Now, we have, as Sri Lankans and technologists in Sri Lanka, taken a beating in the past because of the small market size of Sri Lanka and the smaller ecosystems. But in the digital era, the scale of the web, or web scale as we call it, enables the smallest of innovative ideas, or the smallest of innovation centers, to catch in the form of a jewel in a much larger crown globally, in order to play a role in global innovation. And the question is, how do we prepare for that? Are our policies ready in terms of IP, in terms of export policies, in terms of intergovernmental or even intercorporate agreements, etc., globally? How these new structures around intricate ecosystems could be brought to bear and increase the competitive advantage to Sri Lanka. So with technologies like blockchain, for example, these are very doable structures from a business point of view and a legal point of view, I believe. So I'll stop there. I think
Thank you, Dr. Hans. I'll invite Sanjay Mahota to give a few thoughts on the third theme.
Thanks, Professor Malik, and thanks again for inviting me to be part of this prominent panel. And I think what a pertinent topic that we're discussing today. And on the 3 areas that which was highlighted for me, which was energy, the infrastructure, and also cities and transportation. We as a country is at a very, how do I say, interesting inflection point, right? As an economy, we are around $4,000 per capita GDP. Typical, the next big milestone is around doubling of that GDP, about $8,000. So around $4,000 is where the hype or a lot of economic activity takes place, where the economies and the cities get redefined as they go through that growth cycle, where a lot of urbanization comes along, the new technologies comes in, planned and unplanned city growth comes in, transportation, mobility becomes important thing. There's going to have much more excess cash within people's pockets, so that drives energy consumption and all that. So there's a lot of those trends that the country like Sri Lanka would see in the next 5 to 10 years. And I think more importantly, these are we call the mega trends are accentuated by the digital trends, I would say, right? So I think Hans very articulately talked about the digital economy, the impact of digitization, and all the benefits that are brought through by digitization. But also, if you look at the energy sphere, the technologies are changing, right? So if you look at the solar panels, what the cost was 5 years or 10 years ago, now it has become so cheap. In places like Dubai and in UAE, it has come down to maybe 1.2 cents per watt. Now, further little down on that, because at the end of the day, solar panels are on a Maslow's, sorry, not Maslow's, on a digital silica kind of a growth thing, so which gets efficiency as it grows, and with perovskite cells and all that coming in. Moment it comes around 0.7 cents or 0.6 cents, what the number was, the hydrogen economy becomes viable, right? So that becomes a whole game changer in the economic, the landscape and the energy landscape. So there's a whole new era, new development of hydrogen-based vehicles, hydrogen storage, hydrogen being used as an energy source at homes. All this will happen in the next period of 5 years. So it's, if you look at the cost of solar panels, it just has to double in efficiency once or twice, and then you have a complete transformative energy landscape. So for a country like us, the R&D on both sides, both on the applied R&D as well as pure R&D, is critical to make sure that these technologies and these changes in the landscape can be amalgamated or brought in to the ecosystem. So that's just a little bit about the energy part of it. On the infra, it's the same, right? The new building technologies that's coming in, right? Everyone looking at carbon neutral cement. For example, if you look at the COP26, Bill Gates was talking about how to reduce emissions from cement manufacturing and new avenues of reducing carbon footprint, and bringing in technology, bringing in new R&D to think about how do you introduce new building material recycling, and so on and so forth. And then the last part of it is the cities, right? The cities development is critical for us, and I think one of the things that we really need to get right, and where there's a lot of R&D, and I'm sure in the Moratuwa also there's a lot of the city planners have got involved, is planning we call it a livable city as we go on, right? So if you look at countries like Singapore has gone to more in terms of greener cities while there's higher densities. And in Sri Lanka is becoming, if you say Colombo is becoming a very high density city. If you look at 10 years ago, the amount of high rises versus now and what's into. So in terms of how you're bringing the technology, right? So, and Professor Bandula would know that there's a lot of these research being done in terms of having transparent panels to produce solar, having double glazed glasses. These are smaller things to start with, but then all think about like how do you have easily commutable, where time is not wasted, bringing in mass rapid transit systems. So those are very important for a country like us. You can look at like countries like Bolivia and say like, okay, maybe the bus network is the right thing, or the light rails or monorails, whichever it is, we need to bring that part of the technology into the planning cycle. So for these three topics, I think where the biggest challenge we have is the long lead time on the planning and the faster changing the technologies. So we need to match these two very carefully. And I think we need to have the North Star very well defined, but be very agile in terms of really looking at which technologies to take on at what point, and how does that adoption happen in the Sri Lankan context. And the most importantly, given the proliferation of technology and being able to access knowledge from anywhere, some of the pure research always used to follow big clusters in the past. UCLA used to get $1 billion of research funding, so there are a lot of pure researchers used to happen there, right? So was Stanford, so was MIT, and so on and so forth. But now, because of the global collaboration, like universities like Moratuwa, we can actually do quite a bit of research. Now, good example is like some of the graphene patents that was done in Slintech. But just like what Professor Bandula talked about, even in these areas, most of the universities do their research very isolated within Sri Lanka, and there's quite a bit of repetition we see. So the important thing is on the pure research, we have to have a coordinated themes, right? Because if you look at energy, city planning, or infra, that also translates into the technology because all that has to be built in. And then secondly, we need to think about what is the pure research we are doing versus what is applied research we are doing in terms of getting that into the ecosystem, getting that implemented, and certain things that we can fast track. Now, for example, one of our alumni, Harsh at CodeGen, they're trying to build these three-wheelers for electric purposes, right? So that actually gets two benefits. One is the cost of the product goes down, the person who uses it get benefits on a pure R&D point of view, and also it gives the energy independence. So there's many aspects that these R&D can actually end up addressing. So in a short, all of these key trends around urbanization, we just don't have to do everything here. We just need to look at what's working in the other countries and try to adapt this fast, because fast adoption or fast follower is also a technique that we need to follow, because we may not have the full-fledged capabilities of doing pure research like what the other countries are doing. That's okay, but we can reinvent a different way what somebody has done. So that's something that we need to do quickly. Secondly, I think the part of it is that the private sector also has to be equitable part of this journey. And I think Slintech was set up with that objective. But we need to make sure that a central mechanism where public-private partnership comes together into driving this research is paramount, right? For example, if you're doing infrastructure, say we have a big waste problem around plastics, right? So how do we get that built into putting good asphalts on the roads or different type of maintenance, right? Those are kind of the private sector driven, the university supported R&D or the developments that needs to come in. And I think that is something that has to be strengthened in Sri Lanka. I would say that partnership, if I look at certain countries, like even our neighbors like India, we are a little weaker, but I think we could do much, much more. In certain countries, there is a certain percentage you have to allocate for R&D, and you get tax reductions and all that. And I think that's one of the things that we also need to think about, because if you want to drive innovation, if you want to drive the R&D capabilities, that's something that we really need to do. But I guess on the other side, there are many of our bright sparks who are doing cutting edge R&D in many places, Silicon Valley or even. But some of them getting back, and I think giving the impetus of giving the nuclei to start that kind of R&D efforts here is also needed. But that sort of a collaboration is also needed. So in short, this is an area which is evolving very fast, and the mega trends are with us because of the economic growth trajectory. The digital disruptions are coming in, new technologies coming in the innovation. So it's actually a hotbed of I would say non-linear innovation in a way. So that's something that our students who are listening in hopefully can take advantage as they think of and building on the R&D opportunities.
Thank you, Sanjay. Right. There were lots of the three discussions have been fantastic. That's why I didn't want to disrupt and stop you and giving you time. Now, three keywords I heard. One was disruptive technologies and collaborations from Dr. Bandula Vijay, the problem to solution research from Dr. Hans, and the fast follow from Sanjay Motal. Now, universities research is at a crossroad. We need to be, but the whole purpose of this seminar, I believe, is to find out how exactly to go about it. We have had the typical university model where the researcher does a problem, he publishes a paper, maybe some gets picked up, majority doesn't. Now, on the other hand, we would really like to look at where the university can drive research, give a topic or give an area, economic centric, and then how could we actually do it? So I really would appreciate your thoughts, because even though it sounds ideal, two questions come up to me both as a researcher and administrator. Where would you find funds for it if the state is not really pushing those? Or how do we convince the state to come into it, also be able to fund it? because as it was mentioned by Sanjay, most of the corporates in Sri Lanka tend to be fast followers. If they need something, they would much rather get it from somewhere else than really come to our universities and keep time or spend time on it. So with those few words, my question is, should the university focus a lot more on multidisciplinary top-down research or focus more on problem to solution type that Dr. Hans proposed, which again needs a lot of collaboration? Can I start with Dr. Bandulu Vijay, since you have?
Professor Malik, you made a very, very strong point there. When Sri Lanka needs some technology, unfortunately, the tendency is to look outside. They look in the West or look into China. But the tendency should be that you develop a culture of developing it yourself. This is very important. And that really starts from the formative ages, like maybe even before the university time, like in high school or before high school and during university time. So the other point you asked about was about the funding. Now, it is true that for R&D and come up with new ideas, develop new products, you need funding. But if you look at the history that happened in the United States, most of these things that change how we live started in garage with basically what we call bootstrapping. So if you there's a movie I think about the Apple founder, and so likewise, most of the things, even in my own case, everything started in the garage with basically very basic, next to nothing funding. Although in order to take it from that point of innovation to the next level of commercialization, you need money. So one of the things that I have suggested in the past and continue to do so is that if the country can develop a fund, or some sort of a mutual fund that is subscribed by people, not necessarily big corporations who will put millions of rupees, dollars into it, but subscribed by people who would invest 100 rupees, 1,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees into a fund that is managed by a fund manager. So you will have several millions of dollars equivalent in rupees. And then people will submit their proposals to this fund and say, I have this idea, I want to develop this, is a cutting edge idea. And then a panel can look into it, which happens all the time here in the United States, and then say, okay, here's the investment that you need in order for you to carry it to the next stage. So this developing a fund, sort of a mutual public fund, okay, managed by a professional money manager, not by the government, managed by a professional money manager. If you can establish that, and few universities can get together, Moratuwa, Peradeniya, and others can get together and kind of be the leader to establish this fund. That way, the development. The most important message that I have to give you is you have to be self-reliant, self-dependent. You have to think that, yes, we can do it here in Sri Lanka. We can serve us, the people in Sri Lanka, plus we can serve people of the world. That has to happen in the through the university system. Just last week, and I sent a copy of this to Professor Ajit, I looked at the engineering university world ranking. 10, 15 years ago, we thought, okay, MIT, Stanford, right? No longer. The top engineering universities in the world are in China. Now think about it, how in 10 to 15 years, how did they get that? They got that by imitating what we did in the United States and depending on themselves. They developed this technology, the skill set, the power by themselves. If you look at this listing, you will be surprised. The top 100 universities, majority of them are in China. Of course, we are there too, MIT, Texas, Caltech, and everybody's there. But, they are taking over. And we had to figure it out. How did they do that? And that's a lot of self-reliance. I mean, this is the strongest message I can give you, is self-reliance. make education applications oriented, so that I would suggest all the university professors to stop teaching. The day you stop teaching is the day the country can go forward. We do not want to get in front of a classroom and teach. I started teaching after I retired. Okay, so in the beginning, I prepared my coursework and I started teaching the traditional way, but I switched in less than one semester. I switched to stop teaching, but in order to make them learn. That is another important, because if you can learn to learn, then you can learn to develop new things, new ideas, new disruptive methods. So that's the message that I can give. I hope I can. That's my contribution.
Dr. Hans, along with that, I also would like to to address the issue about university-industry relationships and partnerships. It's very important for R&D, but it is also very frustrating sometimes for the universities to build that relationship. I know you're an exception. You and Dialogue has been always ready, open for it. But how do we go about convincing? One thing is being the problem, looking at the problem and solution, but also otherwise, how do we really approach and convince industries that it is worthwhile spending time and money on the university research?
I think that's an excellent question, Professor. And just to go back to that Dialogue example, way back in 2003, I think it was one of the early industry university collaboration in the field of, I think, small R, big D. And I think the results to the company as well as to the industry as a whole have been very positive. I think the apparel industry also had a similar collaboration with Moratuwa University. So I think learning from those two, I'm not sure the genesis of the apparel, but I think the university does need to project that commercial front in some way to convince corporates that the university's approach to R&D is very problem solution oriented, that it obviously has the skills, but can the skills be codified in a way which business understands those skills, and the performance and outcome management systems of this entity, which the university co-creates, would be aligned to the corporate sector or a business sector. And I wouldn't say private sector, but I think it should apply equally even to an university state enterprise collaboration. Because unless there are clear performance management processes or outcome management processes, and not to say that it should be simply outcome driven alone, the process is also important, but the formulation of those guidelines will, I think, convince the partners to collaborate. But the other side of the coin is that I think industry also needs to value the importance and value research and development and innovation. I think the industry talks about innovation. There's a lot of rhetoric around innovation, and they call them, industries and players within various industries call themselves innovative, and they buy into that concept. But will they put capital behind that concept? And will they also collaborate in order to accelerate the achievement of that concept? Collaboration will accelerate. Doing it on your own will, be that much slower. So these are concepts I think that we need to learn in the private sector, in the industry sector, that we need to put money where our mouth is. When we talk about innovation, we have to fund innovation. And in funding innovation, we need to recognize that we can't do it alone and we need partners. And then we get down to the point that among the available partners in Sri Lanka, clearly the university system, which is focused on R&D, is a partner of choice.
Thank you, Dr. Hans. But I just mentioned that the experiment we did with the Dialogue Research Lab has caught on, and I think we have quite a few more now running at Moratuwa. Thank you for that support you gave us at that time.
That's great to hear.
Since we are just running out of time, let me ask the final question from Mr. Moratuwa. The research part, how can we develop this university-industry relationships and the research that comes out more into the policy sector? That seems to be another of those issues that we have. We do it, we come, and then we suddenly hit a bottleneck, not being able to push beyond. And that to a large extent, I think depends a lot on the policymakers and the key players like yourself. With your experience, how would you see us trying to break into that or break that barrier down? I know it's a difficult one.
I think, Professor Malik, I think if you have got this right, I think as a country would have been probably in a better position than many other things, right? I think I would break it down in a couple of ways. One is that if you look at the collaboration that Dr. Hans, the dialogue at that time, 2003, had, and he was talking about how a fruitful partnership it is. Now we could do that in much more force, right? I'm sure in the building sector there is a lot of R&D that's going on. I know for that with the civil department, right? So metallurgy, similar things. There's a lot of things going on. So I think what we need to make sure is it's a two-way street, right? And sometimes we wait till the research projects comes in. And I think the other one is like anyone who's involved in these kind of commercial research opportunities, you can look at the rest of the world and go back into a company and say like, hey, this is a convergence of technologies that we can think of where we could get this kind of advantage. How do you want to engage, right? So I think that ought to happen. So then if that happens, I think that will be much better, because I think Slentech is trying to do that, but doesn't have necessarily the main policy thrust, but it takes in key ideas and try to incubate something new. On the policy point of view, and I think one of the biggest issues this country has been plagued, and be very honest with, is the policy consistency. It is the thematic policy consistency is more important when it comes to research versus some things that changes very rapidly around taxes and all that. But at least if we as a country say like, okay, R&D is something important, right? Or social well-being is something important, we urge all the companies to allocate, right, just like what you do on the social responsibility reporting, a certain percentage onto R&D, a certain percentage onto social well-being and things like that. So that way, and then what we need to do is we need to get a couple of things and say, what are megatrends that hit us? And the university system comes together and say, what are the policy, what are the kind of the thrust verticals or thrust sectors, key questions we're trying to answer, right? And then we do the research around that, because we always look at and say policy is what the government set down. No, because being green is also or being environmentalist conscious is also a profitable thing. If you look at, like, I'm taking an example of how most of the companies have got together to clean the rivers, right? Where they put strainers and how much plastic they collect and all that. So we can say like, okay, it's about packaging is a thematic thing that we need to address, because as we become richer, we are going to have much more, easy to consume things coming in. What are the technologies that I need to bring in, and how do I make it adaptable for Sri Lanka so that I can actually get a cost advantage or something like that, just to produce it in Sri Lanka? Now that is kind of like a localization of a technology. Now that theme, or that policy, or that social responsibility, it's a public-private partnership decision that they're going to take it. It doesn't have to come from a policy from a government to do it. Now it could be a self-regulated. I think there are areas that we can do. Energy is such, right? Grid independence, right? Smarter technologies for house construction and all of those kind of things. These are such. But sometimes once you get into that frame, the policy can support to get it accelerated. But if you wait for someone to conceive the policy, to say what needs to get done, and by the time the policy is done about 3 years, or the government change or whatever happened, then we miss the bus. I think the key important thing is, again, look at the spectrum of R&D, and I look at it and say like, what can be implemented and where we can accrue benefits, you do that. Where it matters in terms of the the next 5-10 years, we want, if we can play in a place, we play that. For example, right, we have excellent Ayurveda. Just take an example. How much of R&D have you really done into really understand that and say like, okay, what are the active ingredients? Because in Western medicine, you take a pill, paracetamol, it's one molecule, right? In our Ayurveda, it's always a concoction, because if you take paracetamol over a lot more, you'll get the liver damage. Right? So you have a concoction because it negates out a lot of the goods and the bads. So what can we do? Now that is it doesn't have to be a policy, because it can be a policy which drives economic liberation for the poor who can grow this. It can drive our tourism sector. It can drive our well-being and having a healthy, longer living individuals in the country. It'll have economic benefit of right for exports and all that. And we can be what TCM or traditional Chinese medicine has been to China. But we don't have to wait for policy to do that. But what we need is that trust to be aligned, and we say, okay, this is how it is. Here's how the public sector comes in. Here's the private sector comes in. Here's the R&D part comes in. This is the policy part that needs to come in. All right, let's move. We may not have every piece in the jigsaw puzzle, but I think we need to get started the moment we have enough pieces to get that corner. That's how I would look at it in a practical point of view, Professor Malik. Otherwise, we probably will have the same conversation 5 years down the line, I would say.
Right. With that thought, I will say thank you to the panel and close this session, because we have just passed the time. We were supposed to finish at 6 o'clock, but then we started a little late. Thank you very much. It has been a great session, and we learned a lot out of this discussion. And I'm sure all the viewers who are participating in this webinar would benefit immensely from the three of you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And on behalf of the University of Moratuwa, let me thank you once again, and let me hand it over to Venura for the final word.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was indeed a very engaging discussion, and I personally learned a lot today as well. So we always wonder how and when our country will change from developing to developed. So I guess if you listen to today's conversations, many of the answers are out there. They were all very interesting conversations indeed. And in the final discussion, we had a synoptic session of all coming together and how we can implement or do research that actually informs policy making was the final discussion. And we had very interesting comments and feedback from panelists over there. So with that, we come to the end of our discussions, and we would like to conclude the session for today. Let me now take this opportunity to thank all of the panelists for joining us. From 2 o'clock onwards, we had 4 panels discussions, and many eminent panelists joined us. And they took time off their busy schedules to join us, which was fantastic. And we had a very enjoyable and very informative set of sessions throughout the 4 discussions. And thank you very much on behalf of the Faculty of Graduate Studies. And of course, the 3 moderators as well, I thank on behalf of the Faculty of Graduate Studies as well. And all the attendees who listen to us, hopefully you enjoyed the sessions as well. And you too, I hope, will take away something from our sessions to apply for your own work. Thank you very much. I would like to conclude the session with that.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.